Oh, yes. Exile, and I don't have D&D today, so we're getting back to more Bayonetta Origins. I'm gonna try and do kind of a long session tonight. I think the thing that's gonna run me out is probably the amount of battery on this controller, if anything. Let's see, I don't quite remember what I was doing. Well, I suppose that's right, I had just gotten to this new area.
Held back her tears, pushing herself forward with all her might.
That's right, I had met that dragon.
I can't cry, I've got to be strong. She whispered to herself quietly, so that Cheshire would not hear.
Okay. I want to hold back on grabbing so many of these, like, chests and things. I should go inside of the Tiernonogs. I still want to get these magic absorbs. They're quick. Hello there. It's a bomb. It's a bomb. They're bombs. Right? Shine Model T.
You're getting punished!
Oh, it's got like a timer on it, and it explodes. Okay, and they can mess up Cheshire pretty bad. Yep. Okay, those bombs will actually be troublesome. My best bet on those is probably to preemptively change Cheshire back to hug mode to avoid it. Because I think successfully dodging that with Cheshire's big old body is not easy. There's definitely some stuff there I could do the belly flop to grab, but do that. Cheshire, come up here. I'm grabbing this. Looks like there's another thing for me to do over there, but I'm not going to fret about it right away. How are we meant to reconnect? That's a really slow cadence. It's gonna be horrible if I have to do that in combat. Okay, I see. I don't actually need that in the immediacy, do I? Can I just recall you? No. Oh, do I need to let that float up and then have him tether onto it? I see. This is how we get up here. So I just skipped that chest, but whatever. Didn't quite realize the order of operations. Salamander. We don't have a fire form yet. I wonder if this is actually more effective at damaging some of our forms. Oh, he's got a persistent damage on the floor. Can I suppress that fire? so fast.
How do you like this?
Oh, there's a different, like, musical bit for, each of the forms. Excuse me, I don't have the magic to deal with this right now. This attack, at least, should be invulnerable, so that I can not worry about the fire for a moment. Okay, finish it up now.
Prepare yourselves!
I really like that they're mixing the enemy types, and the enemy types actually require me to do different stuff to address them. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Stopping by. I can definitely say that without stumbling. Have you also been playing Bayonetta Origins at all? Can I climb this? Yes. Something over here. Might be a Tiernanog. Not one of these things. Excuse me. 4 traps. Nice. Ah! That's a little unfortunate from a perspective standpoint. Yeah, this is still my first run. Do they have some more unlockables after you've gone through? Because I've been feeling as though I don't necessarily need all of the stuff I've been finding. It's made me feel less enthused about getting chests and the like. Much slower pace in this area. Huh. Buys me time to get some coffee. Okay, so we've got a shortcut back over to here. But I think I was going the right way before, so I don't necessarily want to do this. Where does this... Can I get anywhere with that? Can I climb this, actually? Well, that's a one-way, isn't it? Is it? It can't be. I need to have some way to get back up. I put myself somewhere. Oh, I see. Walk back down. Yeah, it seems like it's all materials and these experienced bits for unlocking stuff, except for chests and Tiernanogs, which do seem to have the maximum health upgrades. Whoop. And I haven't really been using consumables much, which suits me fine, because I don't want to take extra time for concocting, necessarily. Missed that cycle. So, let's see. You're way here. Oh, the fight's respawned. I really want to fight you right now. Yeah, that's what we need to do. Huh. We can't toss Cheshire over there? See some stuff in the background as well. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. 100%. But it'll lower my score, even though the score is, like, not even a thing.
I wonder if we're in that monster's territory.
As the
I'm ready
words
to go
came
after the Jabberwock
Cereza
again.
was gripped by fear.
I'm hungry for a solid challenge
but
in
she
this,
knew it
and
was
that
too
dragon
late
was
to
kicking my
turn
butt.
back.
Yeah, I knew this game was going to be very different from Bayonetta, but I still felt very obligated to play it as a big Bayo fan. And I've been having fun. It reminds me a lot of Okami. Just just has that very, like, artistic nature. It's a little bit Zelda-like, the big kind of emphasis on dungeons and puzzle solving in nature. Pace is a little slow and relaxed, but that's fine. Sometimes you just want to relax. Oh. Trapped! This is why I started avoiding chests. Okay, so for bomb variant, just want to stay away from that. Bomb. Will anything in this one not be bombs? Is an important question.
Let's go!
Just bombs. Mixing the bombs with other enemies is pretty interesting. Just the bombs by themselves, man, that's just kind of a time waster. I was commenting to some folks that this game is what you get because all the writers were not working on Bayonetta 3.
Cool!
I say I'm not going to worry about chests, and then I turn right back around and worry about some chests. Let's see. So we would have to do like an upwards throw. Looks like we're going to bust a dam open. Oh, I see. I have to climb up on these guys to get to this ladder. Should be a spectacle.
Broken cages were scattered everywhere.
Look at all of them!
What were these cages for? Cereza started to wonder, then decided it'd be best not to know.
Oh. So we're gonna have to drop Cheshire off. Let's see. Start working this a while. Positioning must not be quite right. It has to be higher up, I think. A little too much off screen. I see a spot there for him to jump onto. So when I slam on this, what's the result? Nothing? Okay, so Cheshire's position is a little wrong, I think. It looks like he has to be up on there. Okay, I wasted too much time. Yeah, so that's a throw point. But Bayonetta can't climb up there. Need to do something over here first, maybe? No, it looks like that's my way up. Oh, you know, I'm making this, like, more complicated than it needs to be. He just needs to get me to this platform, doesn't he? No? How about this one?
Come here!
Wasn't supposed to hit that button. Ah. Okay, so... right on that little sparkle bit has to be the spot where I'm supposed to get to through this. Just give me the targeting thingy. I'm looking to see Cheshire's, like, interact prompt. For the grabbable object
What's
here.
this?
So there should be like a little circular bit around underneath that. Like start to drag. Oh. You need to start to drag it from there, and then pull it the rest of the way. Okay. Okay, good. She can hop the rest of the way up. Toss him up there, then go over here. Make this change. Slam, gets her over to here, invert, and then jump over this. Uh-oh. Sorry if I got stuck for a bit.
Oh, it gets him closer. It's nearby. I know it.
Yeah, it's a little nearby. Toss. And then I'll need Cheshire to take care of this. Yeah, I feel the Jabberwocky would notice that.
They found themselves face to face with the monster once again.
I'm ready for the rematch.
Go hide
This is a much more
somewhere.
interesting rival
Yelled
enemy than
Cheshire,
Strider,
preparing for
honestly.
battle. Half by instinct, Cereza found her way to a hiding spot. Without a moment of hesitation, Cheshire threw himself
This is the
at
bit where we
enemy.
learn that Cheshire can't beat it alone. Cheshire needs a little humbling. And the Jabberwocky's the way for that to happen.
His claws found their mark, but once again left the beast unperturbed. Cheshire continued his fierce assault, but with each exchange, he was gradually losing ground.
Every bit of this story has been right on the character beats that it needs to be. I love it.
Cheshire!
It was only a matter of time before Cheshire was overwhelmed. Is this how our tale ends?
I can't. I still can't save anyone. No,
Going back
not
to
this
the nightmare.
time. No more running away. I am
Let's
going to be a
go.
witch. I need to be strong. There's got to be something I can do to save him.
Oh. After certain enemy attacks, a mark will appear above their head. Okay, so we need to do a dodge counter thing. Thorn Vice will hold enemies for longer and they'll take more damage. Oh, no, face him. There we go. They made it a bit easier there by having him stand in place.
With its armor in tatters, the dragon turned
Chapel.
tail and fled.
Cheshire, are you okay? Any serious injuries?
Cheshire only shook his head, lest his voice betray the fact that he was shaken.
Oh, thank goodness. I wonder if that fairy will be back. But now we know it's not completely invincible.
Invigorated from the battle, Cereza was almost confident. Cheshire was
Almost
in a sour
confident.
mood. A part
We're
of him
getting there.
realized that if it were not for Cereza's actions, he would currently be dragon food. But he just could not accept that he had been saved by someone he considered so far beneath him.
If I'm going to be an Umbra witch, I can't be afraid of an overgrown lizard like that. We'll get him next time, Cheshire.
As she said these words, Cheshire noticed something in Cereza.
Although Bayonetta
not
would probably
present
do
in the
better to be a
timid
little
girl
more
he had met
cautious of
earlier.
giant lizards.
The prideful demon turned away.
Gamora
and
putting in too
pretended
much
not to
work.
hear her.
Ah, good. Do I have some enhancement on? Ooh, okay. This is a lot more skill tree. On to pick up Cheshire makes a small shockwave. I only have one of the Cereza upgrade items. Okay, the chain thornbind was a big one. Oh, recover magic from a successful thornbind. I thought that was a thing. I don't care about big pockets. Cheshire Reflect. Oh, that's cute. There's Thornvice. All right. I want to get the multi-bind. Got an Infernal Fruit too. I can learn the wood combo.
Cool.
I want to forget the whole Strider thing if at all possible. Just like get that out of here. That whole story beat is just so poorly executed. I think some of my lighting is a little lacking. I need to figure out what's up with this LED. It seems like it jumps all the way to max every time I hit the button. Okay, 2 Thornbinds in a row, bind 2 enemies at the same time. Simple enough. Yeah, all done. Okay, so we got that. That is very expensive. Magic recovery. Sure, plenty of experience. Let's skip that. It's cheap. Might as well. I want to see if anything intriguing is behind this. Big Pockets 2. More effective concoctions. Okay, that's probably statistically really cool. I want to see what's behind this. Okay. Slows movements further. And apparently we got a lot more options for Cheshire. Oh, a better attack after countering. We'll pick that up.
Eat up.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that would have actually been really cool if they made him summonable. Almost like if they had thought through the story beat, they could have done a lot more with it. Like overall. Yeah. His moveset probably works perfectly for that. I don't think you even need to necessarily, like, change his animations in order to give him, like, demon summon capabilities. Also, like, in general, throughout the game, if they had you fight more of the demons that you got access to through the summoning, or had them represented in some other way, apart from just being handed to you on a platter after every single Bayonetta dies. Recover magic with Chomp is pretty good, because that uses up the Infernal Fruit. We can grab this.
Cheshire, here you go.
It's cheap. And grab this too. Okay, so now I have enough things that experience is meaningful again. Well, I'm calling them experience. Ooh, that's good. Oh, and I can get a straight, just all the time damage buff. Change elements while dodging or attacking for a continuing combo? That's sick. All right, we're gonna get more damage because it'll speed up the game.
Cheshire, here you go.
Oh, like some of these level up nodes unlocked from optional fights? That's kind of cool. Or you mean the demons? Yeah, there are a couple demons that are from optional fights. Okay, there's the Stone Mastery, Wood Mastery. I'll get those later. Because I know that the ultimate unlock is Radon. I didn't actually play enough Bayo 3 to get Radon unlocked. Yeah, I know you can unlock the Kraken as a summon/weapon through some special stuff, and that's kind of cool. I don't mind privileging the whip, because the whip is pretty much always a good weapon in Bayonetta. I didn't stick it out for that because, like, honestly, by the time you get through the zillion phases of the final fight with Singularity, I was pretty done with the game. Oh yeah, because wait, is that the name of it in the in Bayo 3? It's funny since Allure Yune is the weapon in Bayo 2. Oh, whoops. Gotcha.
Yes! Cheshire, over here!
I enjoy the heck out of Bayonetta, but I've never, like, sat down and really mastered the
I won't
combat
run anymore.
to the extent where I'm
Come on,
making a
Cheshire.
really intelligent weapon selection.
Like
I'm
I
usually just
turn
using the
around
pistols.
Now.
So I just like the pistols.
Cheshire grumbled under
Except
his
for,
breath. He was itching
the
for
sword
a
in the
fight.
first game was really good. And the Durga claws were also amazing. Of course, in the first game, everything gets kind of blown away by the LT Kilgore. I think it's so awkward, because Bayonetta 1, I think, is the most fun mechanically. Because you don't have to, like, do stuff with demons like you do in 3. You don't have Umbran Climax. Umbran Climax, like, messes up the whole dynamic.
Munch. Munch.
The mechanics in Bayo 3 are actually good, it's just the camera gets so screwed up by having the giant demons around. Oh, he's eating something to regenerate? He can eat bombs. Those are bombs, my man. Aren't those bombs? Look like the bombs. You ready to go? Let's go. Oh, it's the LT. That's right. It is the Lieutenant Colonel Kilgore. Yeah, yeah.
The time had come to settle the score once and
Let's
for all.
go.
You don't scare me. Not anymore. Come on, let me help.
Oh. Oh, interesting. Thank you. Oh, you can just attack again. I blocked too early. I can damage him outside of his regular thing. I see. I need to hit him a few times for him to try and do something that's going to unlock the big attack. There we go.
How do you like this?
I know going for that straight off is suboptimal beats. Missed my counter. Oh well.
Cheshire, let's use your stone elemental power.
Stone one? Position a bit. Trade shots pretty well with that.
Cheshire!
Get him out of there. Recharge. Excuse me.
Prepare yourself!
There we go. We want to use that more towards the end of a combo. Ha-ha! Time for an arena change? Huh. This is interesting. I'm gonna get rid of segments of floor as we fight, maybe. Do I walk on this regularly? Let's go stone and block that. Get a bit more magic back. That's good progress.
Come here!
Dodge. Excuse me. Music for this scene is pretty cool. Wonk. Magic return. Wood form. Ah, I missed him. Hammering through his attacks feels really good. Oh, hey!
I think we made it mad.
Okay, so if I played any kind of MMOs, stand behind the thing that falls from the ceiling. Woo!
That looks like it would hurt. Focus. Got to keep moving.
Okay, that's actually chipping him down quite quickly. So we're not going to try and fight through that. Excuse me. Haha! Successful dodge with Cereza. Oh, I didn't dodge with Cheshire there. Back to this. Can we do the big thing again? Oh yeah, adds with thing. Wizards. Man, I haven't played Bloodborne in a while. I don't think I want to go back to Bloodborne after doing the BL4. Ugh. Oh, he's rotating a bit. I gotta watch out. I was about to peace out and just like chatter with chat during the attack. Get him! Get him! Haha! Ooh, I love it when they fight back during the cinematic finish.
Cheshire! That might work! I have to help him!
Picture it now, the dun 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 dun. Oh, this is actually a fast-paced dance. Do I have to get over to the other one? Oh, he's gonna try and stop me. Ouch. Let's keep an eye out to dodge. Nope. Yeah, LOSing that first one killer would have been ideal, but I didn't quite get there in time. They could have made this a bit harder. Give him the stomps! that's the harder one I was asking for, and I failed the first time. All right.
The vile Jabberwock
That was a legit
had been
fun boss.
defeated. Ceresa was
It was like the first thing that had a
ecstatic.
real amount of HP, that it's like actually checking you through the mechanics of it. And it had mechanics for me to do
Cheshire
like a
turned
few of the
away.
different forms too.
He seemed almost as down as after their last encounter with the monster.
You can't
What are
be
you
a
sulking about this
badass
time?
loner.
We won!
Cheshire started grumbling about how Ceresa moving around the battlefield made it hard to fight. Ceresa's celebration had been ruined before it could even begin.
You do realize it was thanks to my help you were able to defeat that thing, right? You could at least say a word of thanks.
Putting their argument
the
on
next
pause,
elemental
they ran
feeling.
to keep up with the White Wolf.
I'm still pretty sure that this elemental stuff we're doing is going to like unwisely unseal something that is rightly sealed here. We actually took some damage that fight. Like, I think I took 2 hits. That's pretty cool. The makeup of the ladder is interesting. If I take a moment to look at it, there's like, I think there's like a pair of scissors. I think that's an umbrella. There's a hammer. There are definitely hammers. I think there's a riding crop in there. I don't know what that hook is. And then that one at the top looks like it's a winding screw for like some kind of very large automaton it'd have to be. Boom! There's only one more to go.
Another element!
What will this allow us to absorb? Because I haven't... Oh, probably ice. Yeah,
What's
ice
wrong?
stuff.
Not even interested in getting a new power anymore? Yeah, this won't get you home either, but I'm sure it'll help us get closer.
It was a bit of an odd choice to have, like, an elements quest type of thing with Bayonetta. It's a very, like, traditional, oft-used framing, like maybe a little overplayed. But they gave cool mechanics to each of the options. Like, your grass form gives you a tether. That's not, like, an obvious connection, but it's cool. Is this something I can grab? So I can grab this. Okay, so it'll lower water levels every time I do that. Alright. What's my... Oh, it's a water... Squirtle! Oh, I can use this to put out the chests that are on fire. Aqua Stream. Yes, thank you for not calling it Water Gun. He just ruined that guy. Absolutely destroyed him. Well, that's good as like, because this is like a mid to late game power, I think. Like, we've been through a lot of forest by now. Catch up. Okay, so this looks like a pipe that we spray into. Wisp. Okay, so we can spray at this to, like, what? Is it gonna, like, raise it up? Oh, it's just, like, stuff. This up a while. I'll do a rest. What does that put our completion to? 48%. So that was a pretty small share of completion. I mean, I think by now I'm not pausing to get every single chest along the way, so completion is not going to progress as quickly. Now, I wonder, this lily pad is
They will hold us up, no problem.
if we can just do this. Haha! Yes! I love it when you look at something in the game and it works exactly how you expect it to. Oops, wrong button. I need to do this. Fast. Oh, the camera just like shifted itself to be like, hey, look at this other thing. You can interact with that too. Okay, there's a bridge. So we've got that bridge, but also this. Oh, okay, so Water Cheshire can swim. He can only swim in his water form. And if you put him in any other form, he'll turn to water. Okay. Let's go this way. And I see there's a chest down there as well. So this makes me think that the bridge that I unlocked is the extra thingy. Let's take a look at what that is. I need to rotate the bridge again to finish this. Oh, probably the other one, right? Brrr. They're still stuck. I think I finished with the water spout thing, but even if I didn't, whatever. Another infernal fruit. We actually need those right
Whoa! Okay, pretty good.
Cheshire didn't splash her this time. Say, like, a little more respectful, maybe? Is this... Oh, it's just stuff. Stuff is good. Music is, like, nice and jovial for this. Hug mode for more speed. Go ahead and bring that new pad over for me, thanks.
Cheshire, you can swim? I'll pass. I don't want to get my hair wet.
No, you need to be on here too. So that spot's obvious, but is there another? Okay, no. Forget not.
Cheshire, over here!
More fight. Let's go.
You're getting punished!
Oh, and it gives us the fire-based enemies, like, right away. The mechanics feel good, and the more mechanics there are, the better it feels. This is like, the combat system in this game progresses really well. I mean, like, initially it's just not complicated enough, but that's fine. I mean, I guess initially it's like, oh, get used to controlling people with two, Okay, there's definitely an apparatus in there that's distracting me. Okay, I need to unstick it somehow. That's just points. I think this is one of those that... No, this isn't one of those floating things. Okay, I missed which one was the starting point. It's still a little bit difficult for me to discern the held notes visually. I suppose as far as that mechanic's concerned, you're not going to get punished for extra inputs, so I might as well always be hitting all the buttons. Oh, it's one of these things. These things can be tricky. Okay. Do I have enough magic to do this? Got him! I'm not super accustomed to the multi-thornbind yet, since I haven't gotten to use it that much. But I suppose I do have a pretty good amount of magic now.
Come here!
It's a good bit of practice. It's funny that they give her the little speed lines when you're using this mechanic correctly. So why is this... Oh, I know there's only one reason for this, for it to allow you to pull up this bridge, and that's if there's... Let go. Cereza, you can let go. Okay, Cereza can't let go. Kind of. Okay. What I need to do here, basically. Start with this. Oh. Okay, well that's a bit annoying, but... I just need to get her latched onto this, and then Cheshire can go in the water and retrieve the lily pad. Yeah, putting this lily pad over here is the only reason to have that bridge be movable. Ooh, and we've gotten one of those, it's one of the Bayonetta upgrades. Or Cereza upgrades. Only the second one of these I've found so far. Moon pearls, right, these are moon pearls. Nope, stay on. Just need you to turn around. And then I think, so there's this over here. So there are two possibilities. One is that I have to unstick it. Two is that I was just pushing the wrong part. Oh, okay. Well, it's a good thing I had Cereza up here. That's probably exactly what that's for. Oh, this is like an Umber Witch symbol. Oh, hey, we haven't talked to you in forever. I do like this vocal.
Thanks, Sheba, you're safe.
Morgana's projection appeared before her once again.
It's the first time I've
She
heard
seemed
like an
relieved.
invocation of Sheba, but that makes sense.
Cereza, you look different. Did something happen, my dear?
You're not slouching.
Morgana! I defeated a giant monster! You should have seen it!
Unable to contain her childish glee, Cereza explained how they had taken down the Jabberwock.
It is a miracle you escaped unscathed. I thought I told you to find a safe place and stay put. But I must
Whatever.
admit, I am surprised. Perhaps you have grown more than I thought.
Words of praise from Morgana were as rare as igloos in Inferno. It took all of Cereza's willpower not...
I believe you're ready for more powerful magic
Man,
techniques.
there's like even little raven skulls as part of Morgana's like collar piece. I didn't notice that before.
Listen, Cereza. I have begun my preparations.
Yeah,
to get
right
you
at
out
the
that
cinches of her
forest.
cloak.
What?
The strength of the fairy magic that protects Avalon is immense. It will require an equally powerful spell to break.
Okay, the spider web motif is definitely visible in like the lower parts of the dress. I haven't focused on that
You
before.
must survive until then.
Yes, ma'am.
Until dawn.
Skill at controlling a demon determines one's worth as a witch. Remember this if you hope to take
Until
on any
you
more
learn
monsters in
how
the
to
forest
stripper
and
pole
live to
gun
tell the
kata
tale.
fight. Maybe they don't teach that in this reality.
After Morgana's spectre had vanished, Cheshire let out an angry growl.
Oh, Morgana always talks like that. Don't worry. I know you're not just some kind of weapon. But...
This version of
wouldn't
Cereza
kill you
is
to
the
listen
one
to
that
my
would make
voice once
sense
in a
if you
while.
started with the idea of create a young witch character and then built up from there. Whereas Bayonetta, that exists in, you know, Bayonetta, basically exists as, like, create the most dominant, badass female protag you could ever imagine, and then the game builds out from that.
Cheshire snorted in response.
I think the entire reason you're fighting angels and you have a religious motif, I think, is because it's like a classical oppressive force, and it's the perfect
hopeless.
kind of thing to reinforce the idea of a bad bitch female
And with
lead.
that, Ceresa's good mood disappeared as quickly as it had come.
Oh, the spot where I'm undoing the seal. Got discipline all of a sudden. Still don't know who this figure is. So there's a distinct silhouette from both Morgana and from Lukaon. And I only know Lukaon, I only know which one of these figures is Lukaon because Reddit spoiled me. It looks like we need to prance around and siphon up a few of these to lower the water level enough to see the next area. So I'm going up here then. Oh, no, that was a weird fade out. So, can I jump down and walk across that? It looks as though I would be able to kind of go down to that, but it's not letting me. Okay, so what am I missing? There's like a little loop of vine, but it doesn't have the same hook appearance. And everything. Oh, here we go. Everything in the game has been very carefully visually signified. They're very careful to not have like the same thing use a different visual signifier in any case. Oh, that's neat. They put a little magic restore there so that you can deal with that whole thing faster. I think there might be some other exit points from that lily pad ride. I don't know if I might have missed something. Whatever. It'll put me back on track if it needs to. I don't think it's part of the game's purview to include, like, missable things. 50-50 that this is a trap. Okay. Not a trap.
Yes!
Now that the upgrades are more expensive, these chests don't feel too individually impactful. Kind of interesting. Oh. I don't think I need to fight you, really. I don't feel a pressing urge to deal with that. Follow the sparklies. belly flop thing over there if I want more resources. Yeah, the visual consistency here is really good. Of course, I think, like, I mean, the design team also seems like, it's like all the good design people and all the good storytelling people popped off to make this game instead of working on Bayonetta 3. Because the visual design of Bayonetta 3, I think, is all over the place. And what I'm referring to there mostly is I just think the homunculus suck. There's not a lot of visual clarity in the enemy design, and the camera's all over the place, and that just compounds together to make a mess. Also, like, the little... Oh, I can't go anywhere from here, can I? Can I just jump down? Yes. Okay, so this will pop me up. Presumably I need to do theoretically working up to this point for a while. Is that what I'm going for, or are we going all the way? All the way it is. Oh, haven't seen one of these for a while, actually. Sorry. Can I wander across that? Can't break those. Can't go up there. It's got to be something over here then. Oh, I see. I stumble a little bit on some of those roots. Oh. Don't you try to zap me. I refuse. Here we go. We haven't seen one of these in quite a while, so let's get to it. Some of these Tiernonogs have been pretty entertaining. Some of them are just fights, whatever. But the one with the train and the one where we were being chased across the platforms, looked really good. Cool. This one looks like it's just a fight. We need a mix of forms, though. I actually accidentally activated that, but that's okay. Get some magic back from that, and then I can go back to the water. Oh. Missed that a bit. Any more? Oh, new enemy type? Wait, his hammer is earthy. I'm guessing he can cast earth shields? Heated Berserker Mulciber. Oh, well, that looks fancy. Well, that's it for them. I had pretty full resources, so.
Perfect.
Coffee? I didn't make myself coffee in the morning today, so I had like a little bit of a caffeine headache as I was getting ready to sit down. But
Cool.
a caffeine withdrawal headache. But it does mean that I made myself a nice fresh pot going into the evening. I have no pressing reason to go to sleep on time. So that should all work out. There we go. We're just making sounds. Not getting picked up by the mic, right? No, it's good. Noise reduction is working correctly. Just because I can hear it doesn't mean it has to bother you. Oh, we've got a scene coming out of this? More from Lukaon.
My, you managed to defeat the ferocious Jabberwock. It's hard to believe you were the same girl who I found sobbing all alone in a dark nightmare. You truly have grown strong.
Really? Thanks. You know, you still haven't told me your name.
I am Lukaon. And you?
And to emphasize, the fact that we meet a Lukaon who is Luca in Bayonetta 3 is meaningless. That character was not it's a shoehorned in last minute character. The fairy plot wasn't even in Bayonetta 3. They added it at the last second to retcon parts of this game into that, which is why it's so slapdash.
Cereza. What a lovely name.
Lukaon, who are you? Why are you doing
This
so much to
character's
help
not
me?
Luca and has nothing to do with Luca.
I am
the way it
trapped
should
deep
be.
in the heart of this forest by a powerful curse.
Oh, so he's the one that is
As a
sealed.
witch, I believe you have the power to break that curse. What's more,
What is it?
your dream. You long to save your mother, don't you? That particular sorrow is one I know all too well.
Oh.
You are also trying to find your mother, aren't you?
Yes. Even after countless moons, my mother still waits for me outside the forest. I want to go to her, to dry her tears. Cereza,
Is Morgana
please
your
break
mother?
my curse. If you destroy the final elemental core and come to the heart of the forest,
If there was
my
a
dream,
legitimate
our
relationship
dream will
between,
become a
if there was an
reality.
amicable relationship, or a loving one between Morgana and Lukaon, I feel like Morgana would have mentioned it. She hasn't, so it's sussy.
We can leave this forest together. I will help you save your mother, and we can all live as families once again.
One of these people
Lukaon,
are
I
lying,
understand. I'll
and we're
do
gonna
my
have an
best.
Act 3 betrayal going on.
I want to know more about you. There is so much we have in common.
I feel the same way. I have never met another who understood my pain, shared my dream.
Okay, so here's actually a potential chemistry. It's not related to Luca.
Another meeting with Lukaon. Remembering the dream sent Ceresa's young heart aflutter. Cheshire noticed Ceresa's flushed cheeks and stared at her inquisitively.
Oh, it's nothing. Anyways, there is something I should explain while I have the chance.
Ceresa told Cheshire the reason she had entered Avalon Forest. Lukaon appearing in her dream, her quest to save her mother, and the power she was promised that waited at the heart of the forest. Cheshire was speechless.
Normally
Entering
good
the
people
forest
are not
based on a
promising you
half-remembered
power in the
promise from
depths
a
of
boy
haunted
in a
woods.
dream.
I know what it sounds like, but it's all coming true. The elemental cores were just as Lukaon said, right? These are more than mere dreams.
If he did not return to Inferno soon, Cheshire would surely die. The thought that he was chasing the whims of a love-struck child sent his blood boiling with rage.
If I don't make it back to Inferno, the last thing I do in this miserable world will be tearing you limb from limb,
Roared the furious demon.
Oh boy.
Lukaon could teach you a thing or two about how to talk to a lady.
Dial that sass right
Come on,
up.
let's go find that core.
Okay. So we're down to the 4th core, which is probably obviously fire. Okay. There is certainly also like a wisp around here, but I'm just gonna keep going. Oh, remembrance.
Cereza
These are
and
quaint.
Cheshire came across a pool where lily pads stretched as far as the eye could see.
Oh, Cheshire's like trying to get at the
Just how
weird
long
spectral
would it
butterflies.
take for this many to grow? They stood in awe of the forest's diligent workings.
There's a good sense of each of the different areas being like quite different through the vegetation. Pretty cool. And yeah, I'm missing that chest that's back there. Just to like spray into. Something going on here. Going up. It's giving me an oddly limited perspective here. More. There we go. I like the night. This is a nice far out shot. We've got a journal note over here. Grab a hold of that. Casual treasure chest. Why do I have a check notice here? What about living things, I guess? I do find it interesting, and pretty cool storytelling, that our big growth moment for Cereza comes at the bottom of a lake.
Frankly,
It's a good setup.
surprised you've made it this far. You even took care of the monstrous Jabberwock, violent even by fairy standards. I never expected a witch to come along and beat him.
I think they went a little overtuned on some of the like dialogue distortion stuff for some of these characters. It's funny because the vocal performances that are underlying these are really good, and I think that kind of distracts from it.
No, we're fine. Hey, how about telling us where we can find the last elemental core? You know, don't you?
Yes, I've often said hurrying will get you nowhere.
You sound like my teacher. Come on, don't hold out on us.
Dear, the final elemental core is in a particularly tricky part of this forest.
Is it magma? Is
Inside
there
a fortress
magma?
where only the most malicious of the fairies reside. No one who has entered that fortress has ever made it out. Still sure you want to go?
Let's hit it.
Go, all right. I'm a witch, and I'm way stronger now than when I set foot in this forest.
We can hope. If with your teamwork, maybe you don't have much to worry about. I'm tired of those cruel fairies myself. I'm hoping you can show them what's
Oh, I am getting a little bit of feedback when some of these dialogues are running through. I'm not sure there's much I can do to fix that unless I put on a headset and like fuss with a lot of things. Yeah. If I could just like adjust the microphone a little bit. It's not really like strongly directional. Ignis can lead Cereza to sanctuaries. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there is actually like a lot of stuff around. I don't intend to be completionist on this, on the streamed run. if I'm doing, like, every last thing, Oh, that's cool. If I'm doing every last thing, I'll do it offline. I like to stream for the major story beats, the first time encounters with each of the bosses. That stuff is really cool. I can give like a good spirited reaction to that. If I'm just running around finding like every little odd and end, I think that's a little bit less interesting to share with people. And there are other games to play, of course. I think I've got a couple more things I wanted to buy. Buddy charge. Aw, you can give him like a tougher hug. Okay, quick recast 2 is pretty good. Don't care about those, that's still locked. Okay. Just gonna grab this. I've got one infernal fruit right now. I wanted to get the... Okay, I did get the counter rush ability. Oh, I didn't actually get the demonic hunger. I've been playing as though I had it because I read it, but I don't actually have it. Okay. I think this is really cool, and I want to have it, but I don't have enough stuff. I'll grab this. It's more like magical flow. And if I had more, I would pick up the shift strike, but... Ah! Got a little dunk. Guess I was pressing forward a little too fervently. So Cheshire pulling us along actually negates the slow movement from certain things. Gotta break this. Yeah. Excuse me. Wish this caffeine headache would clear up. Caffeine lack headache. There's a challenge here if we've got one of these guys sitting here. Limitations. Oh, okay, it's just kill things fast. Kill things fast. Really? That was a really long timer for enemies that simple. I was expecting a few more waves. Or, like, something with any kind of shielding.
Come here!
Because if it doesn't have some kind of elemental mechanic tied to it, yeah, you can just bulldoze it.
Yes!
And the element mechanics and flipping through that while managing two characters is really what makes the combat system cool. I like managing stuff. I think that's just a general case of satisfaction for a lot of games. Like the feeling of your mind being on two different tracks and successfully executing. Oh, I clicked down the stick and it rolled me out of that. The feeling of your head being on two different tracks and executing properly, it's just really satisfying. Yeah, I think that's the fun of Beat Saber. Is the satisfaction of getting your left and right arms to do very different stuff sometimes. I need to see if they've updated my mods for Beat Saber. They did a game patch, and I have it over Oculus instead of Steam, so I'm not sure where the option is to tell it to, like, A, stop updating and breaking my mods. I lost that Tooth Fairy. Oh well. Well, that's a fight.
Prepare yourselves! Let's get him, Cheshire! Get out!
Oh, he remembered what part of the combo he was on in between the chomps.
Perfect!
I do like how the chomps can chain through. Like, you can queue up the next charged dash thing while you're in the middle of Cheshire performing his execute animation. That feels pretty good. That wake-up animation takes a while, but whatever.
Cool!
Ooh. Okay, so we've got... Okay, this is like 4 different things for me to look at here. Do this first. Did I make it?
You're getting punished!
Okay, there we go. Whew. I was down to the wire on both of those. But it was a little forgiving, so that's good.
Yes!
Let's see. Okay, so there's some other things going on around here. So do this. Okay, and next I feel as though we're supposed to send Cheshire out to do this. There we go. Boing. Oh, so this is a shortcut back? Cool. And now we have, looks like a rosemary puzzle. Oh, it's a rosemary puzzle, but it's connected to an incoming Tiernanon. This is we have to throw Cheshire into this. What is Cheshire doing? Okay, so we have to be up here. Cheshire works on this. Here. He's over here. Probably need to spin this. Get around to here. And then there. And then, oh, I need to be... materialize this, jump onto it, and get over here, pick up Cheshire, and do one flip this direction so that we can both jump off here. Oh, recovering. But I still need to get up there, eh? Okay, I see. Oh, okay. No, I was able to reclaim him. Do I just need to go? I just need to move it over one more time. Yeah, okay. And then switching to rocks. Slam this out of the way. And we're in. Okay, so just misread a little bit of that. You get a lot of visual noise through those segments, but it's fine. I think it's good. It's good. It's kind of like a false threat in some cases, where they're like trying to create the appearance of pressure without actually pressuring you. So glad I bought the run faster power.
Get him, Cheshire!
Okay, here's some elemental variables. And that's it for him. And I think he's the last guy. Yep. Man, once it's down to a 1v1, they don't stand a chance. Well, 2v1, actually.
Cool!
Neat. Another completed piece of heart. I should sit back down at some point and get back to playing more Link to the Past randomizer. I do really enjoy that. It's the right balance for me of like enough complexity in the randomizer without being like crazy. Because the stuff you can do in like an Ocarina of Time randomizer, I don't want to bother to learn. It's just a much more complex game. I think for any game you're playing a randomizer in, you should already be... If you want to complete a randomizer within a reasonable amount of time, you need some familiarity with the speedrun. It's fine also to just casually play through the gameplay. It'd be good fun. But if you want to aim for times, the foundation for that is, of course, in the speedrun. Lake Nimue. New sanctuary. I'm guessing our goal is this kind of northern direction. So, why? Oh, it's for items. It's like, I was wondering why why these fires were here. They're not like blocking me off or anything. They're like whirlpools and stuff. I don't think there's a real reason to disembark at that point.
Cheshire! Not so fast!
Whoops. Problem of like putting so many things on context buttons. I wanted to turn around and spray there, but yeah, you want to leap, okay. Like, no. Swing combat. I don't have the wood-based follow-up yet. The magic restore on Chomp was a really good pickup, because it really is sustaining my magic through these longer bouts. Okay, got lightning wizard guy, sure. Sparkanaw. Sparkanaw. Cause me trouble.
How do you like this? Prepare yourself!
I'm not gonna spend the time for the animation for the follow-up. Unnecessary. So you can grab those. Toss up here. Ah. Looks like I might need to treat it with some care if I want to get this little bit of text, which I do. There. There we go. There. Oh. Oh, it just kind of pops you out.
Wrong
Well, it's very
way.
good for, like, anti-frustration.
Cheshire was having a grand time steering the lily pad every which way.
Cheshire, slow down!
Is this maybe the wrong way? I certainly wasn't watching the map.
I'm soaked. I told you to go slow.
It was fun, though. Oh, got spectral voices coming in. Is this Rosa's voice? I'm going to get more coffee real quick. back in less than a minute. Honestly, it's right behind. All right. This is the third and final cup of the day. I might be mad jittery once this is done. So, see how that goes.
Who's there?
How could this be? Before
Yeah, that's
Cereza
Rosa.
stood her mother.
What's up with the red ribbon? Is it Fey trickery?
Mummy? Is it really you?
Yes, my dearest Cereza. Come this way.
Oh, there was like a shimmer through that. Cheshire like, no, don't do it.
Cereza.
It's got the like fog around it. Oh, I'm in control,
Is that you?
but it won't let me move a direction that is not towards her. Like if I do left or right, it's a no, but towards will allow me to move. And I don't think the scene is gonna progress by virtue of me sitting still. It's kind of a bummer. If you're gonna force the player's hand, I think don't.
Mummy?
Come this
It's
way.
better to not actually give them control. I don't
Mummy,
like false agency.
Please don't go.
Although it's funny because I kind of applauded something similar in Katana Zero.
Yes, my dearest Cereza.
I mean, this is very clearly wrong. But I can't do anything other
Mummy,
than move
wait!
towards.
Mummy, please.
Come on, Cheshire.
I'm coming, Mummy. Don't leave me again.
There we go. There's a boy. Ah.
The shade vanished with a blood-chilling scream that echoed through the trees.
How's Cereza gonna take that? How you holding up? Not great. There, kiddo.
Mummy.
Cheshire's strike had shattered the illusion, but it had taken a frightful toll on Cereza. She collapsed to her knees, her mother's final screams still ringing in her ears. Cheshire glanced down at Cereza. He told her to hurry and get a move on. But the tears would not stop.
Come on! If I hadn't dealt with that shade, you'd be face down at the bottom of that cliff.
With each passing moment, the demon became increasingly annoyed.
Kinda rightfully so. He has a point.
Cheshire, how could you? How could you do that to her?
Unable to take Cheshire's abuse any longer, Cereza leapt to her feet. Behind her tears, Cereza's eyes burned with fury.
I save you, and this is the thanks I get. Maybe if you weren't so helpless, I wouldn't need to fight all your battles.
Cheshire was not about to back down.
Nice, he's
Why am I
being
not
reasonable at this
surprised?
point.
I wouldn't expect a demon like you to understand anyway. And just so we're clear, you say I'm weak, but you can't survive without me either. Remember?
Look at you! You wouldn't last 5 minutes in this forest without me.
Then came the straw that broke the demon's back.
Don't forget who summoned you here. Why don't you just behave like a proper demon and do as I say?
Cheshire's eyes narrowed. For a second, he was quiet. Cheshire broke the silence with a threatening growl.
I wish I'd never summoned you!
Well, okay, so this standoff is the classic bit that's necessary in like in this kind of story.
Good. That's it. We're through.
Ceresa's final words echoed off the trees. Then all was still.
This might actually be needing water headache. I'm gonna get some water in just a moment. Be right back again. Okay. Whew. Yeah, it's just the kind of headache where I either need water or caffeine. I'm not certain which. Best to grab both. Yeah. I hope it clears up soon. Ugh. And I don't want to medicate or like take anything for it, because if it's possibly a lack of water, any medication will mess me up for a while. Oh, this is the kind I need to walk into to burst. Yeah, that all auto tethers in.
Let's take a break.
That one's a proper mirror. Oh, and we don't have Cheshire, like, hanging out for this. I don't know if I have enough to buy any Cereza skills. I wanted to come into this menu because I thought it might be like this, where we don't actually have a Cheshire side of the menu. I think almost all of the stuff I actually want to buy requires moon pearls, and I just haven't found that many. I'm not being absolutely
I can get through
thorough.
this forest fine by myself. I'm not scared.
Maybe you should be just a little bit.
An
Oh,
odd
that's
structure
interesting.
appeared out of
It's
the
got
gloom,
the little trap
towering
thingamajigs,
before
and we
Cereza.
can't really walk
Cereza?
anywhere near those
You
because
can do this on your own?
the normal mechanic is that
help.
Cereza and Cheshire both free each other from that. Then we've got the gates that I can't knock down without Cheshire.
If I'm not careful, I'll be burnt to a crisp.
There. It's good that they treat their perspective really well. They've only got those flame jets popping out on one side of the tower, the side that is matching your viewing perspective.
There could be fairies anywhere. I've got to keep quiet.
Got a treasure chest through here, so we'll grab that. I can kind of confidently know they're not going to use a trapped chest on me while I don't have Cheshire. It's kind of unfair. This is just a run through its sequence. Woo! That was right on my tail. Oh, that does like no damage. I have so much HP. That looks like it has to be extinguished by Cheshire to proceed. Funnily enough. Ouch. honestly let myself get burned by this. It's no big deal. Oh, I see. That's where we're going. I'm glad they went with the fortress aesthetic that happens to be fiery instead of, like, molten lava, which is just so cliche. This looks like it's kind of a foundry, like it's got ironworks and stuff. I am confused about the use of an ironworks if we're dealing with fairies and fae.
Get out!
Since typically they don't get along with iron.
Cereza was on her own this time. How was she going to get out of this pickle?
Not sure how to deal with a ranged enemy in this case. Presumably our goal is to put this somewhere. Okay, so this blocks shots. The jets in the middle are persistent. Let go of that for a second. I did not let go of that soon enough. So I need to use this in order to climb up onto the thing on the right. I'm just going to take a bit of damage, and that's fine. So I need to get this clear of all of the fire, apparently. Oh, now we've got one to shoot me in the back, too. Wait. Let go, let go. Okay, so I see. I'm using it as a button hold, but it's a toggle. Oops. Yeah, I'm just gonna get blasted a number of times while I try to deal with this. There we go.
That's it! Here we go.
Fairies get blocked off by the flames.
Phew.
Yeah, Cereza can fight alone just fine because of all the HP upgrades I've
Cereza
found.
had certainly grown stronger since entering the forest. But even so, making her way alone was proving more difficult than expected. If only Cheshire were here.
No, I'm better off without that beast. I can make it through this forest myself.
Cereza heard a familiar voice. It was Cheshire. Injured, he was fleeing from a group of fairies.
Not my problem.
Is it not? Kind of is.
Somehow, Cereza had made it through. Solo adventuring was turning out much more difficult than she had anticipated. The optimism she had right after splitting up with Cheshire was long gone. Speaking of Cheshire, Cereza couldn't help remembering him.
waiting for one of these encounters
A
to
colossal
more
iron
outright
structure stood
corner
before her
Cereza.
eyes. It was a fort built by the fairies.
Such weird motifs they use. They've got those
Cereza once
corkscrews
again
all
spotted
over.
Cheshire. Incapacitated by his wounds, he was surrounded by fairies.
What has he gotten himself into now? Nope, not going to worry about it.
But before she knew what she was doing, Cereza had set off in Cheshire's direction.
I'm just going to take a look. I can't let anything happen to my stuffed cat.
That's right. Can't let that happen. There, yep, there's definitely a chest there. I was like, this is a circumstance where I would put a chest if the player doesn't go directly down the ladder. But I'm not in the mood to delay. I'm also kind of opposed to putting like chests and pickups
Who is he talking to?
in the middle of sequences that are dramatically of dramatic tension.
The fairies had
Like,
captured
why would you break
Cheshire.
up a sequence like this by putting a
Within
chest in
their
the middle of
ranks
it?
was one regal-looking fairy who stood out from all the others. He appeared to be talking to Cheshire, but it was too far to hear what he was saying.
What does that fairy want with
Oh, are they going to
Cheshire?
try and give him a better offer? Interesting.
The fairies carried him into some kind of fortress.
Cheshire!
Forgetting the peril of her situation, Cereza rushed to follow the fairies into their stronghold.
No good.
It's a nice, sinister
There
looking
must be another
door.
way
I
in.
dig it. The wolf? We haven't seen the wolf for a while, actually.
You!
The elusive white wolf had appeared right before Cereza. It called out to her before running away.
I'm still wondering how exactly the white wolf is related to Lukaon.
Where are you going?
They're certainly in cahoots.
You know another entrance?
That is an annoying chest. It's like, hey, you are gonna have to backtrack for that. Absolutely. I wonder if we might have a segment where we control the white wolf the way we do Cheshire.
Listen, this fortress is crawling with fairies. I think you should sit this one out.
But the wolf just stared
or
at her,
something.
showing no signs of moving. "Let's go together," the wolf's determined eyes seemed to be saying to her.
The eye design for the wolf is
No,
kind of similar to
be honest,
Lukaon.
I was a little scared going alone. Don't tell Cheshire I said that.
And so, Cereza and the White Wolf infiltrated deep into the enemy's stronghold.
All right. Luka's Fortress. It certainly has the look of an endgame area.
Just what have you gotten yourself into this time?
And I like the ominous tone of the music. It's pretty good. I'll do a little save over here. Save-a-rooski. I have not saved at the last, like, 2 or 3 rest spots, so let's save it this one. Ah! Okay. Back to it. Blue fire energy thing. Interesting. What's this?
don't think it's supposed to turn that way. Oh well, it works for me.
Here we go. Yeah, we probably have to turn Okay, so that reverses the same thing again. I reversed that too early. Was I not supposed to? So I'm guessing what I need is for this to lift me up to here. That's where I would throw Cheshire if I had him. So we're going into here instead. I see where I'm getting dropped off. I hear fairy chittering. They've got wanted posters here too. I think I
Within,
might
the fairies seem to be arguing about
mindful
something
of how
loudly.
they're turning around.
I don't understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
But if I know these fairies, it must be something absolutely nefarious.
The difference in my movement speed's a little tough. I'm hoping this is cycled out so that you can just hold left and get through. Yes, it is. Good. This is an interesting little walk cycle. I think this is the only time we've seen this particular sneaking walk cycle. He's almost certainly going to turn around before I can make it all the way across. There we go. Excuse me. This stark blue look is pretty cool. Everything like so strongly outlined. The outlining in this game is actually pretty interesting overall.
This reminds me of climbing the clock tower with Jeanne. She acted so tough, but I knew she was scared.
Like every other Bayonetta game, this game does not have enough Jeanne. I think only Bayonetta 1 has a sufficient amount of Jeanne. Here. Get onto this. Take me up to here. Okay, so this outer ring also keeps going up higher. There's almost certainly some kind of secret or item if I do this. No? Oh, those are the same kinds of platforms from the nightmare sequence with Jeanne at the beginning of the game, where Jeanne was able to reconstitute those platforms.
Look at all those fairies. How am I going to make it out of here?
Very carefully. Chest.
Yes!
Whatever that item is, I haven't found one in a while, I don't think. I think that's the one that is like temporary invulnerability. Not that I've ever used it this game. Took me a moment to realize that that one was a hold down thing.
This tower just keeps going. Cheshire, where are they taking you?
It is nice and big. We actually moved through it at a good clip. Let's go.
Cheshire.
They had finally found Cheshire.
Oh, Spooky Guy's even
He
got
was
a little,
covered
like,
in
crown.
wounds
I don't
from
think he
head
had
to
that
toe.
crown on in the earlier scenes.
Hiding in the shadows, Ceresa was surprised to hear one of the fairies speaking words she understood.
Oh, that's a first.
It is simple. We just need the girl. Stay out of our way, and we will ensure your return to the demon realm. They were speaking in Nokian, the language of angels and demons. It sounded like the regal fairy was trying to strike a deal with Cheshire. Ceresa felt her heart beating in her chest.
Huh.
What will it be? This is your last chance, demon. Ceresa waited for his answer with bated breath. Then she heard the familiar deep growl. Oh, like I can trust a fairy. I'll devour every last one of you. Despite his battered body, Cheshire's eyes still smoldered with defiance.
Cheshire!
Little cat too proud to die. Let's go.
Thankfully, the
is a
White
nice piano
Wolf
bit.
held the nearby fairies at bay.
Thanks! Cheshire!
The sudden appearance of two intruders had the fairy fortress in a frenzy. Ceresa seized the opportunity and freed Cheshire from his shackles. It was splendid teamwork.
Glad to see you're up for a fight. These naughty fairies are about to get punished.
Not bad. Better than your crying. Punishment, is it? With pleasure.
I'll have to try and find that for the soundtrack on its own.
Get him, Cheshire! Get out!
Go ahead and detonate, please. I've been seeing a lot of braziers around. I'm guessing I'll probably get some kind of ability to detonate. Oh, I got walloped.
Stop it! You're getting punished!
That's that.
Yes!
Oh, we actually have a change in the fight end scene. That's pretty cool.
Cheshire?
Oh, he actually is injured.
A large gash was cut on Cheshire's leg. Bits of cotton were falling out, along with his magical energy.
Bits of
The
cotton.
fairies had not been kind to their captive. Cheshire could hide his pain no longer.
That cut!
Unless the wound was mended, the magic
Can we but be a proper
infused
witch
threads
and
that
stitch it up
bound
with hair?
Cheshire to this world would not last long.
Hold still. If you move around like that, you'll just make things worse.
Ceresa needed to suture the wound as soon as possible. There was only one way she could think to do it.
Remember, Cereza,
There we go.
as blood flows through veins, magic flows through a witch's hair. Care for it as you would your most precious tool, and defend it as you would your very heart.
Sorry, Morgana, but I found something more important.
Oh, how much of a cut are we getting here? That's pretty substantial.
These were the precious locks Ceresa was growing out to resemble her mother. As expected, they worked their magic. Cheshire's wound closed in an instant.
There we go. That's the
Don't
good story beat.
blame me if that teacher of yours has a fit, Cheshire said quietly.
Don't worry, it'll grow back. Besides, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be in this mess in the first place.
It's
I
good
promise to send you
acknowledgement.
back. Umbra Witch's honor. What I'm trying to say is,
It's got a bow too from her hair tie.
But before she could finish, Cheshire had already returned to his miniature form.
Oh, Cheshire didn't like
Well,
being in
get
that
a
form
move
earlier.
on, will you? He added with a squeak.
yes, Your Majesty.
Aww.
Ceresa gave Cheshire a tight embrace. Somehow she felt that Cheshire was doing the same.
Ah, my cynical adult heart. The king's
Restoration magic! I've never been able to pull that off before. I wonder if it might work on something else.
So now we're gonna start restoring these. I see, and it's got a limited time on it. Visually indicated by... Visually indicated by that, like, dial on the object. I was getting choked up over that last
Don't
scene.
think I'm
It's so cute.
shabby now, huh?
No, a cut like this is nothing. But this ribbon isn't so bad.
Cheshire said in a slightly embarrassed voice.
Aww.
Yeah, I think it suits you perfectly.
I could give or take Viola for future Bayonetta games. But we gotta have Cheshire.
Something made them stop.
Cheshire's a better
A
character than
strange
Viola.
presence. They were not alone.
Both this Cheshire and the Cheshire in Bayonetta 3, even though that one doesn't talk.
We will not allow him to wake a cursed child from his slumber.
Oh, we might get a bit more explanation here on the core conflict.
It was the regal fairy from earlier.
Hey, that fairy's speaking our language. I think.
Fine. Her insolence knows no bounds but revenge. For a king's anger, what snoot is not easily quenched.
The regal fairy continued his haughty monologue. Still, his thick accent was nigh unintelligible.
This is hopeless. It must be some kind of fairy dialect. So, what? Are you saying you're the fairy king or something?
Bayonetta having like some vague disrespect in here is amazing.
Before us all, bend the knee. Those with four legs bend too.
I like that the vocal delivery there is like a little hesitant, like the tack on is like, with 4 legs, just do 2 of them.
Bow before us to pay obeisance.
I thought it was obeisance.
We are Puka the Wise, Puka the Magnanimous.
The music here with the horn is like a little bit bumbling and silly.
The one true king of Avalon Forest.
Oh man, we get a huge downgrade to this antagonist. Well, that's fine, because we know this guy is... There's no way this guy is the real villain of the game. That's why he's facing us here in the last fortress, instead of being related to the actual seal.
So it was you who did all that awful stuff to Cheshire.
What looked like his big
I see a
stature
royal
was just a
behind you,
cape the whole
good
time.
Spanking.
Cheshire looked happy to oblige.
Human and even dead challenge Puka, whose name strikes me across all 3 realms.
Oh, yeah, he's actually referencing the Trinity of Realities.
We should call down a blast from heaven and make them rue their folly.
Oh, do we actually have angels? That's the audio lead-in from the angel's first appearance in Bayonetta 1. And yeah, it's the basic angel enemy type. I forget what these guys are even called. Affinity. Puka's secret weapon. Puka's secret weapon is the basic angel. Huh. You know what? Some of the fairy contraptions bear like a little bit of a resemblance to all of the Orther attack stuff we can summon. Can we just kick him back into that like one thing and be done with it? Oh, he grabbed Bayonetta. Oh man, for young Bayonetta, this is a tough enemy.
Prepare yourself!
Oh, it has the animation telegraph. from every other Bayonetta game. Health is pretty low. Kick him in.
Cheshire! Yes! Say your prayers!
The classic.
That was some yuck and nothing other. Yuck, you hear? Listen.
Oh boy. This is all suddenly a mite sinister.
Surprises. Oh, we better run!
Can't get that. Alright. Oh, so she has to run up through here, and then he'll have to claw this down, spray through that. He'll have to knock this back. Spray through that, move out of the way. Tag those. I'll need him back in water form to extinguish that, get over there. And this, and that, cool. I'll need stone form to block this laser. Nope. Where did, okay, she's still there. That's down, back to water. Those things. This. Ah. Stumped into that a little bit. It's okay. Here. Hiya! Oh. That's fine. We can take this down. This is all minor. It's pretty minor. Spray that, sir. I get the feeling that the whirling blades in the background played catch-up right at the end. I'm not certain I was actually behind. All right.
We made it! All right, back to business.
Next phase? Is he calling in another applaud? I'll have to restore the torture trap, won't I? Oh, we've got several of them now. How many?
They just keep coming! We have to take down that fairy! How do you like this?
So when it's done with that, slam. Do that, change it back. Okay, that's all well and done.
If I use my magic to fix it. Say your prayers.
long. Let's go. Oh, we just beat him up now. I wonder if it's possible to one cycle with a very specific, like, series of inputs. Oh, this is a desperation style attack? Okay, yeah. NVD. Let me just regain some magic hug mode in that case. Ah, some of them actually stuck around. Uh-oh. Two of them at once is a reasonable challenge. Have to be a little patient about what I'm doing. I'll go into a big animation attack because this is, what's it called? Effectively invulnerable. Okay, so we got one.
If it's broke, fix it!
So I see it removes the other ones that are on the battlefield when this happens. Start pushing back while that gets set up. Open up, grab him immediately, and then it should knock Puka back down for the finish. We thornbind him so he doesn't, like, ragdoll around too much. Time for a big finale.
Cheshire!
Rapid hit. Because of course it is. The heavenly minion was the basic enemy type from Bayonetta 1.
But even should the pyre consume our very self, these interlopers shall go no further.
Interlopers.
What's he saying now? I have a bad feeling about this.
The two sensed danger in the fairy named Puka's words and began to run.
Is she going self-destruct?
Long live the fairy kingdom.
Oh, yeah.
What?
It wasn't even like a big explosion. Uh-oh. Quick, stone mode. Right, so about that fire core.
Gah! What was with that guy? What are you on about? What the? Oh, give me a break!
He's all singed up.
Realizing what had happened, Ceresa hurriedly began wiping her face clean. The spectacle was too much for Cheshire. He rolled with laughter.
Oh, now it's personal. That creepy fairy best hope we never cross paths again. Okay, Chucklepuss. Joke's over.
Chucklepuss?
All right, let's get a move on.
Ceresa frowned and stormed off. Trying unsuccessfully to control his laughter, Cheshire followed after. But each glance at Ceresa sent him back into fits of seam-bursting chortles. The sphere burned with a bright red light. The two had arrived at the final elemental core.
Slap it. Let's get heated. Okay, so now we get to find what that's all about. Almost certainly bad news. I'm wondering if it's going to be like its own full area, or if it's just going to be like a quick segment to boss fights to finish up the rest of the game. So whatever this power is, I mean, theoretically it has more interactions. They might have put in other enemy types
We destroyed all
that
the
interact with that.
elemental
So
cores.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's another like dungeon worth of area in the game.
Elemental power. Let's give it a try.
Oh, what does the form look like? The visual design for these on Cheshire has been pretty cool.
Let's go.
It's Fire Leo. Oh, he does have like tiger stripes in this form as well. I can definitely like. I couldn't like the camera perspective was a little bit clumsy there. Ah, this is an absorb point. I had thought those were like so we saw one of those earlier. I thought it was something to extinguish with water. I suppose not.
You think the white wolf is okay?
Cheshire gave an annoyed snort.
He'll show that smug face of his before long, I'm sure.
Fair characterization.
You're getting punished! You're getting punished!
Oh. This form has a superlative attack pattern.
Cheshire!
I see. His fourth hit is wide area murderous.
Perfect!
Okay, so the first thing they wanted to show us about this form is that it wrecks house. We can spit fireballs. Seems adequately destructive,
are you
but doesn't
feeling
have a
better?
unique interaction.
Does it still hurt?
I'm fine.
Cheshire said nothing more. But Ceresa could have sworn she heard the trace of a faint purr in his voice.
Glad to hear it.
being combat superlative is a perfectly fine attribute for a last power-up like this. Oh, I can smash this down, can I? Oh no, I can't.
Cheshire, over here!
It's like the plasma beam in Metroid Prime. It just murders stuff. That's what it does.
You made it out of the fortress!
It doesn't particularly have interesting interactions in combat. You kind of wear that out when you've got the ice beam. Ice beam does interesting stuff in combat. Plasma beam
Going to take us
kills
to
stuff.
Lukaon? We must be getting close. Come on, Cheshire.
It's actually a big part of why I think that Metroid Prime 2 was the best of the Prime games. Like, Metroid Prime Remake, I sleep on. Prime 2 Remake, I would actually be kind of hyped for. Because I think just, like, the interactions of the Dark Beam, Light Beam, and the Annihilator were really fun. Also, the multiplayer for that game was surprisingly fun. Because it's just like really... Oh, there's a lot of power-ups. Okay, we can't afford that for sure. Summon Revenge. Oh, okay, yeah, it's a summon counter. Cool. Nice. I'm gonna go ahead and buy the Shift Strike, probably.
Cheshire, here you go.
Well, there certainly are enough, like, upgrades and stuff to justify having a whole lot of hidden stuff, which is cool. It validates, in a way, the fact that I didn't hunt around for secrets in the last few areas. Oh, I see. So that's the, this is how we get the ice.
Prepare yourselves!
Oh, it didn't just remove the ice shield, his armor was blasted off. So that's teaching us an additional property.
How do you like this? Cheshire, let's go!
Get them all taken out. Chomp.
Whoa!
Oh, I see, I'm headed this way now. It's another one of those Morgana communication points.
Morgana's
lecture me about my
ghostly
hair?
form appeared. She took one look at Cereza and furrowed her brow.
Cereza, what have you done with your hair?
Sorry. I needed it for something.
Cereza explained how she had used her hair to save Cheshire.
For the sake of the demon. Cereza, never forget who is the master and who the subject. Under normal circumstances, now would come a stern lecture. But that will have to wait for your safe return. My spell is almost complete. I will have you out of that forest soon. Just hold on a bit longer.
Oh. Thanks, Morgana.
The fairies are a formidable foe. But use all I taught you and defeat them.
I mean, I'm mostly
May the
using
moon light
Cheshire to
your
defeat
path.
them.
Stay safe,
And
Sarah.
things I learned here in the woods. It works, it works. I mean, you taught me the Thornbind thing. It's
I'll
useful
defeat
enough.
them all right. And after that, I'll meet Lukaon, get that power, and send you back.
I'm wondering if they're going to continue to make more games in this vein, or if they'll make like a classic Bayonetta game
Ceresa and Cheshire
that takes nods
exchanged
from
a
this
glance.
in terms of Bayonetta's
Getting
power
the power
set.
from Lukaon would mean the
Because
end to their
the
journey.
things that Bayonetta
It would mean
does
saying
in this game
farewell.
aren't even reminiscent of what she's doing
on.
in the regular Bayonetta
We're
games.
almost there.
And that's fine, because the gameplay works here, and I wonder if you could do something with this in the more brawlery setup. Maybe you can have, I mean, I already think it's kind of weird. Bayonetta 3 was really trying hard to be Astral Chain, but they don't actually let you, like, you have to buffer the commands in a weird way. Like in Astral Chain, you can just legitimately have your character fight at the same time your stand is fighting. And in Bayonetta 3, they like kind of did that, but didn't really, because you have to like buffer in attacks for the demon. Of course, the biggest problem is that in Astral Chain, your stand is like the same size as you, and that's actually like good. Cheshire's magic back up. So I see there's like more frozen fairies here, and I'm not really interested in fighting that many fairies. And take a quick look around here. Oh, this one's not a fairy. This is a, Come on, where's the... There we go. Talk prompt. That one's a wisp. Yeah, some of these are just resources and experience too, but... Anyways... I knew that this was the direction I think I should really sit down and replay Astral Chain at some point. It was pretty fun. I'm gonna put it like pretty behind on the list though in terms of games I want to sit back down and replay. Because I do want to go back and do some kind of Sekiro challenge run. I haven't played Sekiro in too long, and there were actually some extra bosses at the end of the game that I didn't fight. So that's pretty legit. But I think that's probably not going to happen for a couple months, because I don't think I'm going to do it this month. I've got enough going on. And once the new Breath of the Wild is out, I'm just going to be playing that, like, all the time. I'm going to be playing that probably with the same fervor I was playing Elden Ring, because I think it's kind of the biggest release since Elden Ring. Like, I don't think anything in the intermediary takes that slot. Well, certainly not for genre. I think in terms of, like, scale and the amount of time you can sink in it, Total War Warhammer 3 is pretty epic, and you can play that forever. You could sink hours and hours and hours into that game, especially now that they have the full-blown, like, full world mode out, where you can play, like, every single faction in the same friggin' campaign. Insane. Oh. There's one left. It's a bummer I still don't have the mastery abilities to, like, follow that combo up. There we go. Grab the shield.
Prepare yourself!
Got through it. Cool. Speaking of which, I wonder when the heck they're gonna release Silk Song. I mean, if you missed the release date that lines up with I mean, if you have to be lined up with Breath of the Wild 2, Tears of the Kingdom, that's the actual name of the game. If you have to line up with a Zelda release, kick your game 3 months into the future. I'm assuming Silk Song is, like, close to done, and they're just being weird perfectionists about it. Because they've shown off so much of that game. And it's been in dev for a long time. Probably pay attention to what I'm trying to kill. Break you out of that cycle by... It's like a no. Uh-oh. It's hug mode. Solid interruption on him with the stone form there to like go through his attack. The stone form made his attack bounce off, and I was able to go into the Vine Curse faster. Found an interaction. It's good that there is some combat utility for the forms outside of just their
Cool.
What's it called? Outside of just the fact that you're in the form. Like, it seems as though wood form has the fastest basic attack for one. That covers the most ground as well, because it's got an implicit dash. Fire form, it seems, has better area coverage. Water form has the best projectile, certainly. So if I wanted to try, well, it's yes and no. It has a constant stream projectile. The fire form also has a projectile, but when I first got access to the water form, it was my first one with a projectile. And of course, the Earth form doesn't stagger at all, and blocks certain attacks entirely at the cost of magic. Which is actually just the same as not staggering, since the magic and the health are the same bar, but which I think is actually a really cool mechanic. Another thing that's worth noting about the health bar and the magic bar being the same thing, it's really UI light, which is kind of interesting. Because I don't need to have an extra UI element around Cereza.
Cheshire!
It's taking me back to the first place. Because I know what I should be doing is heading back to, like, my core location. Yep, here we are.
A small glade of otherworldly beauty opened before Cereza.
Have I not tagged this
This
remembrance
dark
before?
forest held secrets yet. Cereza relaxed, ever so slightly.
I mean, I've definitely been here, so if I didn't actually collect that remembrance... Yeah, I'm just tagging remembrance I had tagged before.
You've finally done it, miss.
Ugh.
A voice echoed through the trees. It was one of the rare sounds in this forest that put Cereza's heart at ease.
I am intending to fully clear this today and finish it up.
Congratulations on destroying all four cores. You've put those fairies in a right kerfuffle.
We couldn't have done it without you, Ignis. Your advice really helped us out.
Just doing my part. I told you, it's my job to know the goings-on in Avalon.
The motif in Cereza's hair is a little
I
peculiar.
must say, though, I'm honestly quite impressed you made it this far.
We've seen so much of this forest. I dare say we know more about it.
I think it's meant
than
to
you.
imply a kind of like waves and curls. The patterning of it just seems a bit strange. I think it's the same patterning that's used throughout her outfit. I think at this point her outfit is not hair, it's just clothes.
I've been waiting a long time for someone like you, miss.
Waiting? Why?
You see, I've lived in Avalon Forest for ages now. It used to be such a beautiful, lovely place. The fairs changed that. They corrupted this forest and terrorized its inhabitants. I've seen
Yeah,
them do
seems
such
about right.
horrible things, powerless to do anything. That's why I've been waiting. I'd have done it myself if
Ignis? Were you?
Sorry, I got carried away for a second.
I'd have done it myself if I still what?
Lies that which the fairies have fought so hard to keep from you. I believe it is what you entered this forest to find.
Do you mean Lukaon?
Go on! The seal to the altar is now broken.
I don't think I have a reason to doubt Ignis.
May
And
Avalon's
Ignis seems to think that, like, going for Lukaon is a good idea.
Oh, I'm exhausted.
Definitely going to rest here. Yeah, so it's 65% coming up on what's probably the end of the game. Our completion rating is actually pretty low, and I find that satisfying. I haven't been looking at the map as I play the game, because I think there's not that much of a need to. But we can zoom out. I can switch the map view to see all areas. And there are, like, pretty big areas. I can see the completion rates. There are a lot of Tiernonogs that I haven't interacted with. Arcane Lanterns are the save points, and it looks like in a lot of areas, I can't see the completion rating for those things. And that's actually because if I haven't gotten all the Tiernonogs in a location, I can't see the full map. They obscure portions. I'm assuming I'm about to go to the center, basically. So there's actually quite a lot of game that I've just kind of skipped over, which is pretty cool. I mean, I can see so many items that I didn't bother to gather, which is really neat. Because, I mean, it's a full-price game, so there should actually be a lot of stuff in the game. And the fact that this is a full-price game did give me a lot of pause in terms of picking it up, but I think I'm glad that I did. This has been such a lovely palate cleanser coming from Bayonetta 3 and preparing to go into whatever's next. Although, coming out of Bayonetta 3, Hi-Fi Rush was also a lovely palate cleanser.
Cores were destroyed,
that's the weird
and the
thing.
barriers
It's
were
Hi-Fi
no
Rush
more.
is still a better game
What waited
because Hi-Fi
for them
Rush is better than a
beyond?
lot of freaking games
They could
and
not
only ran me
imagine.
$30. But
With all the elemental
what I do
cores
take away from this
destroyed,
is
the barrier put up by the fairies disappeared.
this game has had top-notch,
That must be the entrance.
top-notch visual design.
Out of the forest, where Lukaon is waiting.
It's as though there would be something for me to grow there. Look, that stands out a
Let's
little bit.
take a break.
Top-notch visual design, excellent vocal performances, entertaining mechanics. I think the combat mechanics have actually been perfectly capable. I think the game could use another difficulty level, so maybe after clearing the game, it would like showcase that there's another difficulty level. Perhaps it's not necessarily built to accommodate that. It's not like a fine-tuned brawler. But like, look at this. This is an entertainingly complex combat. So I need to wait for that to get out of the way. Deal with this. I've got that over there. This over here. So switch to this. Do that. And then I want to. Fight him. Get rid of the illusions. Yeah. Pull that shield back up the last minute. Here we go.
Perfect.
One thing it does kind of remind me of in terms of what I've considered to be clever design, and this is something I maybe want to talk about more or even do a video about,
Yes.
is just how clever the Wonderful 101 actually is in its design, by virtue of having a weapon system where you can dynamically switch between all of your weapons in the same combat. When you do that as a designer, you're allowed to give all of your enemies mechanics that are privileged around those weapons. And you do the same thing here with the elemental forms. You're allowed to do the same thing in Metroid games, when you have in like the Metroid
scared.
Prime games.
Cheshire, are you ready?
And it gives
Just
like a cool
creeping
dimension on the combat as you're
Don't give
continually
yourself a chance
shifting your
to be
mode of attack
afraid.
to exploit
Cheshire's steady
weaknesses to
voice
really
filled
engage it.
Teresa with courage.
And the other Bayonetta games, like other Bayonetta games, Devil May Cry games, you can't do that because you can't have an idea of what weapons the player is going to be favoring or have access to at any given time. Ooh, sneak. Move them both around. I don't know what I'm grabbing. But it's fine. Something that was, something that's easily lost regarding, the Wonderful 101. You are drawing to create your weapons in the Wonderful 101. It's secretly Okami. Just the same as, like, just the same as this game is secretly like Okami plus Astral Chain. Because the environments feel a lot like the kinds of interactions you had in Okami, where you're dealing with a lot of like environmental interactions with things. The way that the obstacles are manipulated is very like that. And the artistry of it all. Oh, that's the wrong button. Cheshire does not have a lot of juice, so I need to be a little careful. Just go to hug mode for a bit, pop back out, and go to water form. Excuse me. Done. Cerez's auto-facing for going into a Thornbind isn't always great. When you hold the button, she'll start to do like a strafe about it. And I think it could have maybe had the behavior focus more on having her target a nearby enemy. I feel like the game has showered me with too much health. Oh well. I noticed there was only one segment so far in the entire game where they've had me grow a plant mid-combat. I think that's a bit of a drop. I would like to have more environmental options that lean on witch powers to add to the combat flow. Because Cereza's mostly just walking around thornbinding in most combats. I think there are a couple places where that could have been cooler. I don't often have something to do with Cereza apart from Winmore. Okay, yeah, so that's the only Tyrnog for this area.
We need a rest.
I'm doing rests at all of these because I presume that one of these is going to be like, this is the end game one, and you get to reload after it to do any amount of completionist stuff you want to do.
A tree rose before them. Its pure white branches stretched as far as the eye could see. It has stood as a symbol of the fairy kings of Avalon for generations.
I feel like these should have been the same scene instead of
Before
having me
them
take
stood
3 steps in
Puka,
between.
the ostentatious fairy from earlier. He appeared slightly charred from the explosion.
Well, if it isn't the self-proclaimed king, what is it this time?
We have no words for you, girl. Your infernal compatriot, however, still owes us an answer to our proposition. Too long have the demons suffered under the oppressive yoke of that wheel witch. Leave her, and by our own hand, a portal to Inferno we shall rend.
Well, he has demonstrated that he can connect to the other parts of the Trinity.
The fairy Puka was trying to tempt Cheshire, offering to send him back to Inferno. Did he truly have the power to open a portal right here, right now?
Probably.
Well, demon, you scorn our generous of our once.
Head is still a little achy. I'll probably medicate after this just a little bit.
When the fires of Inferno tickle your name.
Oh, all right. Testing the teamwork. Is the demon just gonna reach through and grab Puka?
With a flamboyant flourish,
Grab
the
him.
fairy opened a massive fiery gate. Cereza could feel the heat from beyond. The familiar sounds of the forest were joined by the faint cries of the damned.
That's a sick little line. I do enjoy throughout how
Cheshire slowly approached the gate.
What's the word? The outlining on the characters emphasizes the light they're in at any given time. It's an interesting stylistic flourish. It's a different way of expressing like lighting without really having
As he neared
actual
the
light
threshold,
shadow.
memories of their journey came flooding back to Cereza.
Ooh. Yup. Oh, it's got the, this is their, like, cooperation, theme. Wool-stuffed scullion.
Once again,
It's a good
Cheshire
one.
had rejected Puka's offer.
So be it. But Inferno's fires must be fed.
I like this soundtrack more than I like Bayonetta 3's soundtrack. I mostly think Bayonetta 3's soundtrack was dominated by like that one core song that was just not very good. stand at your gate thingamajig. I liked Viola's theme, and that's probably the only track in Bayonetta 3 that really grabbed me. Whoa.
What have you done to him?
Ceresa's question fell on deaf ears. Puka was busy cackling maniacally. Until...
Oh. Whew. Oh, he's...
Cheshire?
That's like a stridery form. Complete fairy
Cheshire,
mode.
blind with rage, turned his
They gave him
gaze on
extra
Ceresa.
teeth.
The demon bared its fangs and pounced.
It's freaking wicked.
Cheshire?
Cheshire rampaged. He gave only violent growls in response.
What should I do? Maybe I can help. Don't worry, I'm here for you.
Okay, so wrong interaction, but we're not trying to bind him.
Are you
We
in
need to
there?
use the other interaction.
Recognize me?
I was wondering if we would have a segment like this where it's like loosely fighting, but not.
Now! Calm down! It's okay!
Cheshire regained control long enough to muster a few words.
Another obstacle to slam in. Ah! Ah!
Cheshire, stop!
It's a rapid trap, that one.
Cheshire! I can't keep this up much longer. But I won't leave Cheshire this way.
I don't think I actually had to input a dodge there. I think it was going to happen for me either way. Oh! He was in no mood for that.
Too close!
Yeah, so only some of his attacks are going to bash him into that. Where was the other one? Oops. Should try and get both of these back up to spec. Ow. I think every other attack is... okay, I get it. I think every other attack is dash. I was wrong. Okay, I can't actually avoid this.
Cheshire, stop!
I tried to dodge that, and I think my timing was correct. I either rolled into it or it's not stopped.
But I won't leave Cheshire this way.
There we go.
Don't worry, I'm here for you.
Oh man, it was just on like the last cycle that I got stuck. Well, they had him do more attacks and things.
Cheshire
I still
had
like the
returned to
sequence
his
overall. That was good.
senses, but his violent tantrum had taken a heavy toll.
Hang in there, buddy.
Cheshire? Why didn't you go into the portal?
Oh, that weirdo. Oh, couldn't trust him.
Aww.
Cheshire replied before turning away.
So does that mean you trust me?
Cheshire said nothing. He closed his tired eyes. Ceresa sung him a lullaby she remembered from long ago.
Fly me to the moon.
Fly me to the moon
I'm so happy.
and let me play among the stars.
This song was missing from
Let me
all
see
of
what
Bayonetta
spring
3
is like on Jupiter
for
and
no reason.
Mars. In other words,
I thought they had like completely lost the license of the ability to sing this. I feel validated.
oh, I'm exhausted.
Oh, that's so good. That's everything I wanted. Just like all of a sudden, all at once. It's just that's so nice. Whew. Okay. Oh, I'm just so happy. Just that little thing. Just that little bit. It helps. In fact, I still have a headache.
A cold, bitter wind continued to blow mercilessly, but their hearts were not cold at all. Together, they could overcome any obstacle. That belief caused their hearts to shine brighter than the sun.
I'll just pick this up while I'm fighting. Boom! Give him that counter. This is that good, like, end game bit. Oh, right, I need to grab this with that. It's like, here you go. Use all the mechanics all at once. We're gonna go through some rapid fire fights. With a triumphant soundtrack bit. Okay, toss Cheshire up here. Don't do that. I hit the wrong button. There we go. Oh, solid. One of each consumable, just in case I was actually using consumables and needed some for the last bit of the game. Okay. Put Cheshire up over here. Oh, but that's Rosemary up there. Well, I mean, presumably, that's all there because we need to drag Ceresa over and let her hop off up here. But we're not letting Cheshire. Okay, I see. So she's gonna have to toss Cheshire here. She can walk over here through the Rosemary. Where's she supposed to go? I mean, this is clearly... We're doing something with this, but... is there something for me to grow over here? Oh, there's a tightrope. I didn't see it. Here we go. Whoops. Move too soon. This is more of a puzzle game than a combat game, so we're just gonna use... so this is a final test in terms of puzzles. Do you remember every... Have you done every single puzzle thing? You have to move Cheshire a little bit gingerly. Make sure I'm covering 2 lasers at a time. Okay, there we go.
Cheshire, let's fight our way through.
Gladly. Oh? Oh man, I haven't encountered one of those in forever.
Cheshire, let's go!
Fire for you, water for the guy behind you. These encounters are more successfully damaging. Oh.
You're getting punished!
I wish what's it called? I wish their explosions did friendly fire damage. I might have been able to speed that up with the Thornbind, but... Come on, get him. Oh, you know what? I must have been mistaken about the one earlier who I thought had their armor broken off.
Stop it!
I missed my counter, apparently. Cool, all done with that. I actually wish they didn't give me a victory cutscene because we're in this like endgame section, and I think the flow would be better without that. Can you just hop up there? No? Water form would be best for this? No, it'll dodge me. Okay. So then do I have to, like, hold it down while I'm over here? Oh, that actually does a 3-hit combo. That's kind of cool. see, one of them is actually frozen over here. Still have to hold these down with Cereza. Can't do a dance while I'm on uneven footing like that. Okay, putting a chest there that you would have to backtrack for after the Tiernanog is a little messed up. Little uncool, guys. Grab that real quick. Because at least the lore I can pop off to the side and snatch up, but the chest I can't. And I'm not gonna turn around when I'm, like, in this flow. That is a thing I wish game developers would not do. Don't take the narrative high point of the game and then like scatter loot there. Don't distract from your own storytelling. While you're at it, take all of the loot out of God of War. Get rid of it. Still so mad about that. That should wrap it up. Oh, more. This guy can apply shields to others. Go into hug mode because I need the magical energy to get rid of this shield. Boom. This should finish both of them off, I think. Yep. Any more? Ooh, this is a long one. Oh, whoops. Eep. Oh boy. Difficult with that lightning brat background. This guy with a big old thingy. Kindly take him out. There we go. He didn't grab the first chomp attempt. Is that the whole thing? Whew. Okay, that was a pretty good fight. It was actually like long, and I had to like work through Cheshire's resources a bit, and I took some hits. If you can't focus on him, the lightning caster is actually a pretty legit threat. He's throwing lightning down pretty fervently. Bits like that make me think, you know, it'd be fun to play the game for speed, especially if I were I'd be having to manipulate consumables and resources well. I honestly think, in terms of the thought of playing the game for speed, it's a very animation-heavy game, and it's a very cutscene-heavy game. If you had a mode that skipped all the cutscenes automatically, perhaps. If you had a mode that wheelhoused through the cutscenes better, all the better. But there's a lot of loading time. It's like all of these page-flipping animations, all of these scenes that you can like hold skip through, but it's a lot.
Is there no challenge you cannot overcome? Ceresa, you amaze me.
We're gonna grow up to kill God.
I'm not
Twice.
alone. I would have never made it this far without Cheshire's help.
Yes, your control of that demon is a testament to your skill as a witch. Soon, we will meet at last. Ceresa, I count down the hours.
It won't be an entire hour. It's gonna be like 10 minutes, tops. Rather, if it's more than 10 minutes, I'm confused. The Altar of the Fairy King. We've been progressively going to areas that are like more final. Just pretty wild. From the Forbidden Altar to the, I guess the chapter is still the Forbidden Altar. To the,
They had
to the
returned
Fairy
to the
King and the other
forest.
thing.
A
I've gone
new
through 3
path
different save
appeared
points that
before
I
their
thought might be
eyes.
the last save point.
It seemed to call to Ceresa, as if a strange force were pulling her.
This feeling. Lukaon is up ahead. We're getting close, Cheshire.
Okay, that I would take as the point of no return cutscene. That is saying, like, this is your last save point. Make sure you've saved. Make sure you bought your abilities. Don't care. I'm fairly certain I can beat the game on, like, a half structure of the actual abilities
They
available.
had finally made it. As promised, Lukaon, the boy from Ceresa's dreams, was waiting, but unlike his radiant ethereal counterpart, this Lukaon looked pale and lifeless.
Lukaon?
As Ceresa called
I mean, he's
out
been
his
like
name,
this forever,
she
so...
heard Lukaon's voice, ever so faint.
Welcome, Ceresa. I knew you would make it.
Hold on, Lukaon. I'll get you out of there.
Alright, so which last game twist is
What you
this?
see in that crystal is nothing but a shell.
Both Ceresa and Cheshire were
Lukaon has
startled.
been the wolf all along.
The source of Lukaon's voice was none other than the White Wolf.
Why does the white wolf
So that explains the
sound
white wolf.
like Lukaon?
Don't be afraid. While my body was sealed, my soul still runs free in the body of this wolf.
And it was in that body that Lukaon had guided them through the forest.
You were sealed? But why?
My blood. I am the child of human and fairy.
Ah, they're both like half-blooded characters.
And fairy?
Somebody was
Fear
getting
not.
freaky.
Not all fairies are like those you've met. I wish to live in harmony with humans. For that, I was cursed to this fate.
And so the boy told Ceresa of his tragic past.
So he's trapped in the blue rose thorns. The thorn vine, the rose vines that are about him. I don't know, like roses don't grow on vines, but here they're using that motif. Whatever. It's a mirroring of the motif of how Rosa was imprisoned earlier. Though for Rosa it was red
the
roses.
last fairy prince, the son of the former king and his human queen. The king was loved by his subjects and even sought a way to live in harmony with the human world. But a faction of evil fairies conspired against him. Killing the king in cold blood, they next came for his wife and young Lukaon. His mother managed to save Lukaon's spirit before she was driven out of the fairy kingdom, never to return again. Unable to kill Lukaon, but fearing the return of his royal bloodline, the rebellious fairies sealed his body using a powerful spell.
Both your parents? Lukaon, you've been through so much.
Lukaon's past reminded Ceresa of her own. Her heart hurt for him.
All I could do was wander the forest, trying desperately to hold on to the memory of my human self. But Ceresa, there exists one way to break this curse. It requires a special power, something only a witch can possess. And so each time a witch entered the forest, my hope soared. I tried my best to guide them here. But, oh, Ceresa, I'm so
So the
happy
fact that
you made it
Morgana
here
exists
safely.
near here and Lukaon's needed the help of a witch
Please help me run from
kind
this
of indicates that
nightmare.
Morgana is not good. If Lukaon is good, Morgana is not. Only
With
one of the
seal
two of these
broken
characters can
and
be a
my
good
fairy
character.
power restored, we can leave this forest together. I will help you save your mother. So please.
Something only a witch can possess? Just say the word. How can I help?
Why, Ceresa, you've already brought me exactly what I need.
What?
Yes! You brought the sacrifice.
Oh.
That demon is perfect. Just what we need to break the curse.
A demon has to be sacrificed to let Lukaon out.
Ceresa could not believe her ears. Sacrifice Cheshire?
Hurry! I must absorb that demon's power. At long last, the curse will be broken.
I can't do that.
What? What do you mean? Why not?
Sacrifice Cheshire? I can't do that. He's my friend.
Your friend?
That's a good twist.
You mean that demon? Ceresa, what are you saying? Look at it. Demons are infernal creatures that feast on human souls. You witches harness their power as a tool, a weapon, nothing more.
You're wrong.
I like the
Cheshire
musical
is no
turn
tool.
as everything
He's a
goes
living
sinister.
creature with his own thoughts and dreams. We made it this far by working together, so I'm not about to offer him up like some sacrificial goat. I want to help you, but I simply cannot do that.
I don't believe this. I'm sorry, Ceresa, but you leave me no choice.
Lukaon.
What's your game now?
Ceresa saw Lukaon's face, only a moment ago so full of hope, now contorted by sorrow.
There must be something else. I'll help you find another way.
You don't understand.
This boy gonna come at us.
This is my last chance.
Too damn bad.
Lukaon! What are you doing? You really mean to sacrifice Cheshire? Stop, I'm begging you!
Can't just beg. We gotta do something about it.
Hearing the desperation in Ceresa's voice, for an instant Lukaon hesitated. But his mind was made up.
Oh, we getting like full combat mode here? The true heir to the throne. Uh-oh.
Cheshire!
Captured by the fairy prince, Cheshire's life force was being drained.
I can't believe I trusted you.
Ceresa knew
Time to go to
what she had
town
to
on
do.
him. Go kill that boy.
I thought we could be friends!
Okay. Let's see. Oh, he's actually gonna lock away my elemental powers. Yeah, I've lost that from my interface.
Here we go, Cheshire!
Whoops. Okay, the controls for this are slippery. Like, it loosely tries to force her in certain directions. There's the stone power.
Nothing my magic can't fix! Lukaon, stop it already! If I can destroy that, I might be able to free Cheshire.
None of that.
If you don't stop now, I'll never forgive you.
Like that. Whoa. I could actually tell by the discoloration of the floor that something was going to get broken there. Although another one of them I misread. Maybe, oh, it's the shadows on the floor, not discoloration, I don't think.
Cheshire! Lukaon, stop! Give him back!
Dance your heart out, girl. Time for the counterattack. Oh, are we gonna about to have a runaway segment? Slide away segment, same diff.
You can't have Cheshire!
Ow. I mean, theoretically, sliding along the inner edge is the fastest. Earth power says no to that. Ow. So we'll do forward directional jets, the same as the other stuff. Okay. Ow. Kind of make this out from around the curve. Ow. Hit. Pivoting between these threats is really cool. Oh no, you don't. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, 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 no. Bad, 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 bad. gonna have to slap these elemental powers back out of you.
He's gonna pay for that. Time to take back what he stole.
Okay, let's go!
Ah, he tethered me in. I actually used an item there. And I've got more. To transform back into Cheshire. So that has an unfortunate, like, double hit property. Yeah, he won't be bound. Got him with one. He's already back up. Now we're fighting.
Stole from Cheshire. Right, one element down.
We could use more enemies that fought like this in the game. Stuff in the sky. Ow, that was rough. I will use a bit of healing there. Damage. There we go. I mistimed that one. Mine.
Two to go.
Please. I'll take him back. Thank you. Oh, when he pops in the air to do a laser. Oh, whoops. I almost didn't notice that. When he pops in the air to do a laser, maybe I can do an earth thing about it. Whoa! Or not an earth thing, a plant thing about it. I'll just stay out of that, thank you. The whole thing. Okay, got through that phase.
Good! That's number 3!
Ouch. Oh, I should have hug moded to avoid that. Oh. No, thank you. No. Miss with that.
Cheshire, over here!
Woo! I can't keep that at bay. Keep coming in.
How do you like this?
Failed. No, thank you. not taking hits. Magic. Excuse me, just need that stuff. Cool. Who needs to counter or block when you can just stone form through things?
Everything you stole, Lukaon!
Get ready for it. He's got the juice. Going off. You ain't touching me. Aww.
Oh. Cheshire.
You can't have this kind of bond with Gamora. All he wants to do is kill other witches. Ooh boy. Oh, we got the drip
Cheshire,
now.
I'm here now. It's okay. Unleash your real power.
Oh, this is the first time throughout the entire game that we've been allowed to ride Cheshire.
Cheshire, let's go!
Unbound Cheshire. Evade with L and powerful physical attacks with R. I can also use all of my elemental face buttons to do whatever and I'm fast! But I have to use to raise his health bar now. Which is only fair. Clonk. No reason to fight fair, I'll just use a healing potion. Fight him from outside of his range, using that attack to respond. So that's a rush. use elemental attacks at a distance, the R is powerful but slow. So we want to use it to follow up on his big, dumb, slow attacks. Boom! Fire Blast is good. Time to mash a button. What are we mashing? I knew it would be R. Bit of a tricky button to mash, but oh well.
We work together, no one can stop us. I'm not letting anyone have Cheshire. Don't even think about it.
Man, imagine if this game landed before Bayonetta 3. Like, if they just put Bayonetta 3 back in the oven for 6 months and dropped this game, it would have been so much better.
Having lost Cheshire's power, Lukaon struggled to stay on his feet. And then...
Couldn't be happy just running around being a wolf. Sorry, boy.
A heroic demon? Such altruism was unheard of throughout all infernal texts. But Ceresa understood.
You did?
For a friend.
Oh, I'm exhausted.
Give it a quick save. Alright, and before the finale, I actually have to step away and use the restroom. Be right back. Try and remember to cut this out in editing, but maybe not. It might just be a break in the YouTube pod. Sorry. Coming on back. Oh boy, I passed the 4-hour mark on this stream. I kind of figured when I wanted to power through to the end of the game. Excuse me. Whew. Okay. What does this dog have to tell us? The story's conclusion.
The sorrow and anger were gone from Lukaon's eyes.
I do wonder, I hope the story is not affected by completion rate. That hasn't been the case in Bayonetta previously, but it's a very different game.
I figured this time was my last chance.
No!
I thought demons were all heartless monsters, but I was wrong. Cheshire, was it? Forgive me for what I tried to do. The only heartless one was me.
Lukaon.
All of a sudden, there was an ear-splitting crack, and a flash of light illuminated the sky.
Is this Morgana's spell to get us out?
Morgana had succeeded in breaking the barrier, trapping them in the forest.
Of course! If we can get you to my master, she'll find a way to save you.
What?
Oh, there's still time. Come on, we have to get you to her. Lukaon, I won't let you die here.
Splendid! Oh, the pathos is palpable.
Luka, are we not done with you?
On behalf of Avalon the Forest, you have our eternal gratitude.
It was Puka, the self-proclaimed king.
Gratitude.
His usual retinue was nowhere to be seen.
Was he trying to get
Though
out of here?
his outfit had seen better days, his elocution was still to be admired.
We're in no mood for your
What are we
riddles.
working with
Back
here?
off!
Why, we have no need to quarrel. Our subjects will gladly, and led by our fairy light, one ill needs that.
Yeah, because Puka's entire goal is keep Lukaon under control. If we're
Puka
not
was
sacrificing
after
Cheshire to
Lukaon's
Lukaon, he has
spirit
no problem with it.
and the royal power that it contained. Hearing his words, Ceresa knew it had been Puka who had betrayed the fairy king. Puka who had torn Lukaon.
You fiend! Enough.
No!
This is for the best, Ceresa.
Lukaon, don't give up! We're not going to let you take him, got it? And for the record, I knew you were lying about being a king.
So be it. One way or another,
He's barely got a mustache.
and with his royal line extinguished, we
Extinguished.
Fairy brethren, the cursed child is finally.
On Puka's signal, a terrifying number of fairies appeared out of the darkness. Staring down what must have been every last fairy in Avalon, Ceresa's legs began to tremble. But no matter the odds, she refused to
As
give
long as he
up.
doesn't have more Jabberwocks,
But
it's
then-
probably fine.
Cheshire?
Let's go.
The writhing mass of fairies hot on his heels. Cheshire ran towards the pillar of light.
the depiction of Cheshire's legs there, I think is a little askew. Because you can kind of see both of his legs hanging out behind him, which you should not be able to see from that angle, I don't think.
Ceresa felt his warmth through his mane. There was no stopping them now.
All right.
Cheshire, be careful!
Okay. I like the music for this. Okay, so we can slide. Classic. Ah. Weird to try and give me resources now.
Listen to me. Don't mess with a witch!
Okay, so we're putting a few things together. Right, can't slide that. I hit jump that time, but I think I was in the middle of moving as well. It's classic Bayonetta stuff.
Cheshire, just a bit more.
Whoops. Oops, wrong button. I got conditioned. That time I hit the right button and nothing happened. Still got more healing. Just a little bit. I could have actually taken a concoction break before this sequence, too. The game really gives you more than enough to succeed.
Clutches, the pair made it out of the forest.
You could probably take every single hit in that sequence and heal through it with
so
just the amount of items you usually get.
Caught by the fairies, they were slowly being dragged back into the forest.
Oh, but they're not in the forest right now. Morgana about to show up and clown all of these fairies.
Refusing to give in, Ceresa held on with all her might. But then... Something sent the fairies flying like leaves scattered to the wind.
Was that a Madama butterfly
this was
leg?
A technique Ceresa had seen before.
A wicked weave, perhaps?
Morgana!
You loathsome witch! I should have known you!
But before Puka could finish, Morgana extinguished his life with a single powerful strike.
Take that.
Morgana! I'm so sorry for disobeying you, but please, save the scolding for later.
Even her brooch is kind of spider-like.
This wolf is actually the spirit of a boy. If we don't do something, he'll die. Please, Morgana, can you save him?
How does this go?
Morgana
The game
said
doesn't
nothing.
end on a chase sequence. There's
She
no way.
gently stroked the wolf's fur. Confused, Ceresa looked at her master. she saw an expression of which she did not think Morgana was capable. It was warm, filled with love.
Morgana?
So
You want
Lukaon
to
is
save
certainly
him?
Morgana's son, right?
How dare you? How dare you say those words after what you did to him, you foolish girl! Cereza, why is that demon still here? Did you not reach the altar? What do you think those years of training were for?
Morgana appeared to be growing more angry by the second. She advanced on Cereza and Cheshire.
Morgana? What are you saying? What's wrong?
You still don't get it? The training, the brace, the dream. Do you have any idea how long I prepared for the day my precious Lukaon would return?
Thunder crashed in the distance. Wind screamed through the trees.
So why
A
couldn't
cold
Morgana
chill ran through the
run
air.
into the forest herself and deal with
Dozens
this?
of girls I lured into that forest. Each required years of training. All for naught. I was so close this time, but you had to go and ruin everything. You selfish brat.
So she's tried this with a few other
Cereza
witches who
had
couldn't
endured
beat
her share of
fairies.
scolding from Morgana, but this time was different. These were not the words of a strict teacher. They were filled with nothing but pure loathing.
Morgana,
Useless girl! Lukaon and I will be together again. You will surrender that wretched demon this instant.
Let's go.
I see. Made a new
Time to
friend,
fight.
have you? A demon born under the full moon of the bisextile night. That creature is the key to breaking Lukaon's curse. Now, Cereza. I've waited far too long to let a child's sentiment stand in my way.
Needs to be a demon under a special circumstance? Huh.
Morgana, I know I wasn't a good pupil. I always messed up during training and broke your rules. I know I let you down. You might have been strict, but I always knew you cared about me. You were like a mother to me. I just wanted to make you proud.
House is about to get slapped down.
Get away!
Pull yourself together. She is our enemy.
Cheshire tried to get Cereza to her feet. Morgana's next attack would come at any moment. But Cereza could not move a muscle.
Well, time to find your nerve.
Just then, something caused Morgana to stop. Using the last of his strength, Lukaon clung to her dress.
Please, Mother, no more. I can't bear to see you like this.
Don't fret, my dear. Soon everything will be back to the way it was.
Ugh.
Her expression
Creepy as
fixed.
heck.
Morgana moved her son aside.
A pity. You had the potential to become a fine witch, Cereza. If only you'd hardened your heart. But you were always so damn soft.
I think that's something they're trying to shift and kind of shift into the characterization of Bayonetta or Cereza. like the justification for her as a heroic character. A merciless, unrivaled Umbran, Morgana. She's a heroic character because she has a soft side. If she were truly ruthless, it wouldn't be worth watching her. Surely we can't actually escape Morgana. A witch is born stands. Okay, so we have another running sequence.
Never forgive you!
Weeds incoming. Ah. Oh, this is disorienting.
This is how a true witch wields a demon!
Oh, wrong button.
Die already!
Oh, okay. So that's the one where we don't jump. I couldn't tell for that one. Perspective is a little tricky with this. Oh. No, thank you.
Give up!
Ah, you jump there.
Your final lesson!
Oh, I thought I was offline with that. Oh, that was a slide under. Got it.
You're soft!
Okay, that's cool. That's just cool.
We can't escape Morgana!
Getting real spidery here.
You're soft! This is how a true witch wields a demon!
Okay, I like this better than the other segment. It's less disorienting, partially because, like, the background is pure white. So it's just easier. Ah! It's just easier to get a read on things. Should probably move the whole way around this time. Ah, okay, I can jump rope it.
I'll never forgive you!
That's good. Flexibility in how to get through some of these. Ow. Oh, that can double hit. I think the hit stun you take from some of these is a little long. Is like, some of these hits can set you up for the next hit. So fighting in pocket spaces and spatial manipulation like this is, like, it seems possible, but it's underutilized in the rest of the series. But that's because a lot of the rest of the series actually wants to use the spectacle of fighting on crumbling buildings and mountaintops and that kind of thing. There's a cool-ass crystalline form. Gotta come to terms with fighting Morgana before we can fight her.
Fight?
Ceresa heard Cheshire's voice ringing clearly in her mind.
What What am I supposed to do? There's no way I can fight Morgana.
I see. Well then, I guess that means our journey's over.
The demon sounded disappointed.
Our journey?
That's what you'd call it, right? This whole thing to save your mum? You blabbered so much about her, even I was starting to look forward to meeting her.
Cheshire paused.
What is it?
I'm sorry for what I did back there in the forest.
Cheshire?
Which bit? I mean, Cheshire's actually been right for most of this.
And you were right. I never would have made it this far on my own.
That is correct,
Thank you.
though. I think that Cheshire's only problem was being
Ceresa
a little
was moved
contrite
by
at
the
points.
demon's unexpected words.
Cheshire, wait! I promised to send you home. I intend to keep that promise.
Witch time. Let's go.
Go, Cheshire!
I was wondering if we were going to see that in this game. I think it was not super well foreshadowed. Phantasmarene.
Friends protect each other. Friends keep their promises. Gone was the fear and hesitation from Ceresa's eyes. In its place was courage and steadfast resolve.
I'm an Umbra witch, just like my mum. Come on, let's dance.
Ah, and the brace is broken, because we're not relying on that kind of power anymore. Ha 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 ha! I bet. Yeah. I could do without having a prompt every single time, but alright.
Not a chance! Cheshire, let's go! How about this?
Got more legs where that came from.
Go, Cheshire!
Big windows on these. moving away is going to be easier on the camera than moving towards anything. Okay, that's a bigger area than it is visually. Kind of chain those two together. Boom.
This is how a true witch wields a demon.
Not a chance!
Ready for it?
Cheshire, let's go! Back at you!
Oh, it's odd to have us do that twice. Like, usually 3's the rule if it's gonna be multiple times. Is she gonna go into, like, a masquerade form? Or are we just ignoring 3 entirely? Oh yeah, we're in masquerade mode. That looks cool. Forger of the Forbidden Covenant. This is the appropriate level of drama behind Demon Masquerade.
Morgana, you won't stop, will you? But I won't back down.
Okay. Might actually need more healing. The telegraphing is really reliable, though. They're very good about the visual cues. Probably need to move towards her. Okay, those converge in a way I was not expecting. There we go. not doing so hot. There we go. Okay. Woo! Had to focus up for a bit there. Oh, are the hands from hell about to come up and claim her? That's the game when you die as a witch.
Goodbye, Morgana.
Yes, that is the correct aesthetic for when a witch dies.
Teresa! Cheshire!
Oh, sorry about all that, Lukaon.
You did the right thing, stopping my mother. It was an honor to meet you both.
It was
Good,
almost
tragic
time to
story.
say goodbye.
You're
to
not able to
Lukaon.
save everybody. There's a real choice involved.
We could have become friends.
We did, Teresa. And for that, I am thankful.
It's like an inverse amount of narrative satisfaction between this and Bayonetta 3.
Mother and child shared a tender embrace. This was the warmth he had been dreaming
Did I remember
of.
all this time to put my camera... Okay, good. I had my microphone delay on correctly. I was a bit worried for a moment. Maybe my voice has been off kilter with the recording the entire time.
I was able to see your face one last time.
When that does happen, I can fix it for the VOD. It's just annoying. I had to fix that the first time through. It's my first session of Bay Origins. Nobody told me that was happening. Alright, yeah, he's well and truly gone.
Teresa did not know where
saving that.
fairy souls went in this chaotic world. But wherever Lukaon wound up, she hoped he would find peace.
Now's when the demon hands come up to get you. Oh, snap. It was. No lies.
The end had come for Morgana the witch. Her peaceful expression was replaced by one of agony. It was almost too much to watch.
Cereza kept on watching
This
anyhow.
is the fate that awaits every Umbra witch. An eternity, wandering the depths of Inferno. Cereza did not look away. She watched as Morgana's soul was dragged to the underworld.
Ooh, that is creepy as hell. The body's still there with the blank eyes. Floral wreath, did that have an... That's right. Cereza made that floral wreath for Morgana in the intro.
Cheshire realized that this unexpected twist of fate had delivered exactly what he sought. A door to Inferno lay before him.
Now Spree chooses to stay with us, because he doesn't
But the
actually have
portal
like a
was already
timeline.
growing unstable. It threatened to close at any moment.
So long as he stays with
The journey had
Cereza.
left the demon totally exhausted. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he stared pensively at his door home.
That gate will take you back to Inferno. Go on. It'll close soon.
Cheshire looked back at
Oh, she
Cereza.
pushes him, he looks
His
back.
expression said what they were both thinking.
If I go back, you'll be all alone.
Even after all we've been through, you're still gonna treat me like a kid? Just wait, I'll be strong enough to summon you myself in no time. You just take it easy for a while, okay?
Cheshire quietly turned back towards the portal.
Proudly sinking in there.
I'm going to keep getting stronger! I promise!
A tremendous sound erupted from the portal, but Cheshire's voice cut through the din.
I'd expect nothing less.
And you better be one hell of a ferocious demon next time we meet!
This reinforces that Viola does not deserve Cheshire without at least some other game to bridge the relationship of those characters. Because now, Cheshire has more characterization than Viola did. Viola does. Like, a mainline,
A calm
full entry
returned to
game
Avalon
with a
Forest.
3 on it
As if
gave
to wash
less
away the
characterization
pain of
to the
night,
character
the
that
first
they
rays of dawn
theoretically
enveloped
would give the
Cereza,
title of Bayonetta
bathing
to
her in
than
their
this side
warmth.
story gave to the deuteragonist. Woo! Okay, but I don't need to fret about the flaws of Bayonetta 3 right now, because it's not the game I'm playing. I played a lovely game. I played a game that was very narratively satisfying, hitting all the necessary beats in a troubled relationship between two characters. My turn. This time I'm running ahead. This is a fun aesthetic, really good music, satisfying mechanical depth.
Looks
All of
like
the
you'll be fine
combat
on your own,
difficulty
Cereza.
didn't really hit for me until kind of close to the end of the game.
Sean, thank you. I'll see you again when this is over.
I think the evasion mechanics for both of your characters are like a little sticky because you don't have witch time for the entirety of the game, and the witch time dilation is what makes dodging feel so good in other Bayonetta titles. So having that withheld until the end of the game, narratively very satisfying, makes dodging less good, but using hug mode to dip Cheshire out of an attack and then gain magic and then reform him was a really good mechanical abuse. So that was fun. If I could have gotten like one or two more boss fights, because all the boss fights in this were actually more interesting than your average boss fight in Bayonetta because they have puzzle aspects. And as an action puzzle game, this game excels. It's got more puzzles than a Zelda game. Most Zelda games are actually kind of formulaic. You get a dungeon item, you use the dungeon item in the friggin' dungeon. This is kind of like that, and like it hits. It really slapped. It's the first time that Rosa's face has appeared clearly in one of these dream cutscenes. This Cereza doesn't have a beauty mark anywhere. Noteworthy.
You have grown into a splendid witch, Cereza.
Theoretically, the beauty mark is like the alt-universe signifier of what Bayonetta we're following.
Once a regular nightmare, after that day, Cereza never saw that dream again.
Because Rosa is dead by this point. In the canon where Eopter kills Rosa, that happens when Cereza is younger than this. And I think we're still going by that canon for Rosa's death, although it's very confusing. Ah, it's the beginning of the updo hairstyle. The weird Bayonetta 1 cone thing.
Meetings and farewells. Thinking of the promise she made to her friend, Cereza knew that she had gained something irreplaceable. The night was young. Cereza set off on her next adventure, the pale moon lighting her way.
So any further games that follow this canon or do like another origin step or anything like that, anything that's a prequel on Bayonetta 1 can have witch time in it. You could do more with this character. Like, I would enjoy seeing another game like this. I don't know if there's the narrative space to do a game like this. Team Lost Fairies is a splinter of Team Little Angels, I think. Director, I'll have to pay attention to. Abebe Tinari. Producer, Koji Tanaka. I think that name is roughly familiar. Yeah, Hideki Kamiya is the sub-director. Executive producer, Tsushi Inaba. Yep. Inaba and Kamiya are the Okay, so Kamiya is directly responsible for the story here. So we have crossover in the direction between Bayonetta 3 and this game. But in this game the direction's good, and in Bayonetta 3 it's not. I think that the actual director of Bayonetta 3 was a different person, but I'm not sure. something weird was going on about the division of labor, and it's kind of clear that Bayonetta 3 got chopped up and sewn back together a few too many times. What is this thing? I'm wondering if this is something kind of Celtic, or if it's meant to be Enochian, which is the, like, witch language. It seems to have some of those kind of Celtic syllables with the glottal stops. And a lot of the shak, type of stuff. See, when the game is narratively satisfying, I can actually appreciate the credits dance number. I really liked this. It was nice. I think it's not... I think the challenge level of it doesn't hit quite right for it to be like an outright 10 type of thing for me. Oh man. I feel like my judgment of the game is warped by how much I disliked Bayonetta 3, because it's refreshing to see the character do something that I want them to do and be in character. And like see the team hitting the right story beats when they missed every shot in Bayo 3. I'd say it's like it's probably like a strong 7 or a low 8 for me, because I think a lot of the moment-to-moment gameplay is just like what I would call fun busy work, because it's like idly puzzling, idly challenging, but it's not really challenging or terribly puzzling. It feels like a game built for somebody younger, and that's fine. Yeah, Bayo 3, yikes story, the gameplay was pretty crisp, the camera work is trash in Bayo 3. This game actually has a good camera, and the gameplay is engaging enough. It's just like a little too simple. Like, too many of the enemies have like too little health. You spend most of the game working through, fighting through Cheshire's proxy fake health bar, so you're not in real danger a lot of the time. You're not actually taking damage on Bayonetta's HP. But that's fine. The game is largely a puzzle game, and I think, like, as a puzzle game, it's better than any other puzzle game that has you doing the two character control thing, because those games are often like a really like tight narrative, have a very indie feel. I think this game actually showcased a ton of polish in terms of the layout of the environments and being able to capably make a good kind of puzzle platforming style environment with restricted camera like that. I think they performed very well in terms of being able to do that. And I appreciate that I didn't have to bother with the camera at any point in time, and it never like really fought against me. So that's really strong marks. I probably have to leave the game at an 8, because if you think about the ways you rate things, if a rating for a game justifiably includes the aesthetics, the story, the music, the level design, I cannot imagine this game being better on any of those categories. And I think the combat in some cases was simplistic, but the enemy variety was very good. And the later fights where you have enemies with the various shieldings, it's not difficult necessarily, but it's very engaging. I think if some of the enemy varieties had just attacked faster, it would be a pretty handsome challenge. So if there is like an extra difficulty mode or a new game plus where enemies just like attack a little faster, then that's absolutely perfect for me. But the game didn't let me pick that from the outset. It's a little awkward, but I didn't expect this to be a game that is built for me. I expect this to be a game that can actually allow, people who are under 21 to play Bayonetta without it being a little wrong. I'm absolutely struck by the fact that they were able to include Fly Me to the Moon. Yeah, right. Because if you're like under 25, Bayonetta is like a guilty pleasure, and frankly, nobody under the age of 18 should be playing the game. For at least Bayonetta 1. I think Bayonetta 2 is a little toned down. Bayonetta 3 is like... Bayonetta 3, don't even drive up to the strip club. Like, it's nowhere compared to 1 and 2. Mostly 1. As I mean, heck, Bayonetta 1, we have the scene introducing Joy, which is the most titillating scene in the entire series. I don't think 2 even goes near that, really. I can't think of it. 3 is relatively tame. Even before activating the hyper tame mode that I think they included as a joke, which is funny. 1 is still my favorite. I think I like, on the whole of it, I think I like Origins more than Bayonetta 2, which is, I would say, pretty strong praise. Bayonetta 2 is still a very solid game. I just think Bayonetta 2 gets kind of messed up by the fights hinging too much on the Umbran Climax mechanic. If you took the Umbran Climax mechanic back out of 2, it'd be a much better game. And 3 succeeds on the gameplay, but it falls flat in so many other ways. And even while it succeeds in the gameplay still has to deal with bad enemy design, with bad telegraphing, the size of the enemies and the size of the demons you're summoning, both like disrupt the camera's ability to focus on the action. So 3 is just a mess in a lot of ways, and even the strongest aspect of 3 is problematic. Whereas, 1, just all around, there's like one chapter out of 1 that I would change, and it's the chapter that has like the Space Channel 5 reference rail shooter bit into the fight with Jeanne. Honestly, just pick those apart so you can refight Jeanne 3 without having to redo the other segment. But it's just like small QOL things, and then Bayonetta 1 would be a perfect game. Now, in terms of what is actually a perfect game, Hi-Fi Rush, released in January, $30 price tag, perfect game, 10 out of 10. It's the same kind of brawler. It's a rhythm brawler. I highly recommend it. Now, if you want to know my full opinion on Bayonetta 3, I've got a video up on YouTube. You can find me on YouTube just by searching up Jupiter Exile. That's actually the video that's gotten me the most hits out of anything I've ever made, so I was pretty proud of it. I'm not sure if I'm going to make any kind of video review for Bayonetta Origins, but I might, because, whatever. I can hope for it to be seen. I think Bayonetta is the tag that gets the most hits for me. So, and I think it would be a shame if people are not paying attention to this game because of like the different aesthetic and the different target audience. Because I just feel soothed by this, like a warm cup, like a hot cup of tea. All right, so I will be closing out for the night once this is done. I do want to see if the game has like other modes or other unlocks that happen after the game's been beaten. Just to know.
The end.
Oh, and I mentioned it a couple other times earlier in the stream. Vocal performance is fantastic in this game. The vocal performances in Bayonetta 3 are kind of slapdash. I mean, the new VA for Bayonetta isn't that bad. The VA for Viola doesn't know how to deliver a line like at all. Okay, I can now select difficulty starting a new game. Now I can play a special story with Jeanne, and I can access the costumes menu. Received the right eye costume, which I'm assuming is like an original Bayonetta costume. That's cool. And then clear data, I will just put right over here. Thank you very much. So, okay, that's clear. There's an extra difficulty level. That is probably where I would actually find the satisfaction for this game. Really rad that they have that. Thank you all so much for coming by.
Cereza and the Lost Demon.
Any further play for Cereza and the Lost Demon is going to be offline for me. I will get the VODs for this up on YouTube, so if there was any part that you missed or anything you want to catch up with, I think our total game time on this, with this being a 5-hour session, I spent about 10 hours in the game, all said and done. I've already got the first gameplay clip up on YouTube. The second one was a short session, this one was a long session. I'll try and get these up in the next 2 weeks, but I'm going to be pretty busy. Whatever. Footage isn't going to age, it's just going to sit on my hard drive. So I'll be streaming a few odds and ends throughout the remainder of April, and then in about 3 weeks or so, we'll be jumping into Legend of Zelda, just like every single other person on Twitch. We're gonna have a good old time with that. It's the biggest release since Elden Ring. I think it's the biggest thing since Elden Ring for me. Whew. And it's about 1 o'clock, so that's pretty good to close it out. Thank you very much for stopping by. This has been Jupiter Exile. I hope we wander again soon. Good night.